Hello there, everybody. How you all doing? And welcome to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. This week, today in particular, we have Tales of Andrea. This is our 59th episode. We're almost at 60, y'all. Lovely Dungeons and Dragons campaign, Homebrewed World, written by this guy, with these wonderful lots, doing the playing role aspect characters. Ben's not with us today, as you can see. He is off doing family things. But we're still here. Lame Ben. But that's today. Tomorrow is Memorial Day. So we're going to be doing a bit of a special extended long stream that day and have a giveaway during it as well. Yeah, so pop on in into the giveaway, and you didn't even have to stay for the entire thing. You just had to come say hi. Give me a momentary company of amusement, hopefully. That'll be going from 10 to 10, of which we do have a very special showing going on inside of it. I'm going to start with it and end with it. Peter, would you like to talk about Rain in the Garden?
Hey, I'm not the only one.
Rain in the Garden, yeah. Going to be reading poems, a set of fresh ones, all older for copyright reasons, but delightful, just soft, peaceful sounding. And yeah, I think we are going to be having our standard thunder rain behind it, and perhaps some chill music behind as well. And yeah. So yeah, it should be really nice. You can turn it on in the background. We're doing something else, or you can join the chat. It is often
colorful.
Yes. That. So join if that sounds good to you.
I think if Ben's doing his Benja Gobber tomorrow as well, we're probably going to do a little hangout and stream as well. So he'll be streaming on his end, I'll be streaming on my end, and we'll just be chilling and chatting away for whenever he's doing his stuff on that day. Well, that's happening tomorrow. It's going to be a nice 12-hour long. Yay! And then Tuesday we have Into the Nightmare, where we're getting into more mischief and having a hoot. That's fun. What are we doing now? I think we recently changed directions.
A little bit.
He's
You're
talking.
certainly having an influence.
Oh yes, I am muted. We've lost the thread, folks, on Tuesday.
With that, though, there is a little unfortunate news in the fact that the recording we did of Callus and Smash's Day Off was inside my solid-state drive that crashed. So it's gone. We're going to need to try to do a little deep dive to try to recover it, but if not, we'll have to do another Callus and Smash's Day Off and leave what happened in that one to be revealed inside the stream. It was a hoot, though. So, big effects. You'll see what the effects were at some point.
Oopsie poopsie.
We'll see if we can recover it, though. We haven't given up hope, but it won't be happening tomorrow, sadly. Then we have Wednesday in a new game, Hero Siege. That is a roguelike, top-down, lovely game. Very chaotic. We died many times last week, and it was a blast. For Friday, we have Here Be Shenanigans. Ben's going to be taking the wheel. We don't know what he's doing, but he'll be doing something fun. It's always a hoot with him. And then Saturday is Nightbane. And we're becoming gods and other kinds of beings. Apparently. Weird stuff's happening, and we don't know how to handle it yet. Still recovering. Other than that, I don't think we have anything else really major to mention or to bring up. But be sure to come in tomorrow at 10. That's when I start. You can come in any time in between. For now, though, I think we're gonna hop into what happened and do a little trickaroo here.
Intro.
Yeah.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter we had in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Just realised the slideshow's gone. We'll fix that later. Part of having a hard drive die. Yay. Very, very scary. Right, so last time on Tales of Andrea, the group made its Nutra, re-encountered Captain Das, made contact with a few people, Prince Nero being one of them, pulled off a few tricks, found the tree, discovered that Lady Galani had been by recently, taken what she'd wanted, along with a heart, and moved along. Afterwards, they also discovered, well, they discovered this by also discovering where the tree was, but there was a presence of a number of celestial-type beings here, of which they went and found the two they didn't know who were, and encountered Carson and his Wonder Emporium and some strange green-like lady with vines for hair and all different types of strangeness going on there. What we finished with it was him having a nice little conversation inside of his, what's it called, wagon. And Carson beginning to speak with one of them, one at a time. We were going to start with Ben, but he's not here.
Sorry.
Ripperino. So, instead, let's start where we left, with you, Londriel.
Nice.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
He just showed you, or reminded you, more like, shared memories of the times that he traveled with your group. You remember what he is. He stands there and holds forward a plate with a small cup on it, tea inside.
Take the tea.
The porcelain mask is just smiling at you.
So I'm going to look down at the tea and then look at him and then at everyone else.
They are not moving.
And I'm just going to say, how is this going to work?
How would you like it to?
I don't know. You start. I don't even know where to begin. I just realized who you are. Is there an audio issue?
No. I was just turning on my push to talk to make it easier, so, you know, Soundgate. Get around that entirely.
Right.
I don't have a place to start for you, Yolandriel. I bit my due of your group and everything you did many years ago.
Yeah, about that. What exactly did we do? It's all fuzzy.
You appear farther along than I thought, but you are not. If you do not remember that, then I don't think I'm the one who should tell you what you did.
You and him are both same excuse. Okay then.
And Lars doing it to keep you in the dark. I'm doing it to make you seek what you need.
Okay, whatever that means. Okay, whatever it is we did, I'm trying to stop this loop thing for good.
Well, good luck. It won't be easy. What is
What was
your
that?
plan? Then I see it's going well.
The plan for now, figure out the tree situation.
Yes, the trees. I don't have anything about that. It's not been something I've cared to look into.
Alright. A lot of help so far.
Did
What
you
was up
come
with that?
looking for help?
No, we just kind of wandered in the...
Then why do you think you would be getting help right now?
Okay. How have you been?
You've never done that before. Refreshes your tea. Good. But now that you mention it, I think I am tired of the cycle as well. There are a number of things that are going on that I'm not comfortable with. And I'm not sure how to handle any of it. The feeling of this place. It's not the same it used to be. It feels weak. I have other priorities to look into. Your quabble with the usurper god may take a place in it. The porcelain mask smiles even bigger, but only time will tell on that. Do you think you'll be patient enough?
Listen, up until this point, I've been pretty impatient, and I don't even know if it's helped me or hindered me. Everything just seems to kind of just happen around me.
Then you've been acting on instinct and reaction, and not actually taking action.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem right.
What do you mean?
You have the belt, the breast, your crown, your halberd. And you've not been taking action.
No, I've been trying to do this a different way. Takes
should-
longer, but seems to work.
Have you ever been to Moonlight?
No, I know that what's that city called? I say, and I kind of like look off to the side as I'm thinking. Where's it, Pi? Oh yeah, I know that Pi has that lion guy we used to know. So I'll be in that area eventually. Maybe.
The city is beautiful. The people there are very friendly, expert craftsmen in everything they do. I very much like it. I especially like the hill territories to the east. They're very easy to get lost in. No one knows what you might find there.
That sounds like a helpful hint.
Is it? Oh, I was just telling you about one of my favorite holiday spots.
So it seems you do still kind of care a little bit.
How's your tea?
Yeah. I say, I haven't even drunk it yet. And I take a sip of it. Hold on. Write notes down real quick. Yeah. Pretty good.
Good. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
Okay, give me 2 seconds to deafen mutant. Where's the...
I'm
There it
gonna
is.
pop Aberrat a message because he's next.
Oh, how do you deafen mutant?
There's a
Hold
little
on.
button right
I
next to your
forget.
cogwheels that looks like a headset.
Yeah.
They are deafening and muting at home, so all these conversations are private between the characters.
Oh, I can't hear you, JP. Oh,
No, I was pushed to talk. Oh, your turn, Peter.
oh,
It's
my
Aberrat's
turn?
turn. No, it's Aberrat's turn.
Okay. Should I not be listening?
Not at this point, no.
Okay.
That was all stuff you're good, so now though. Definitely.
Do not listen. Okay.
You, Aberrat, would notice very quickly that everyone else is not moving. Now, Carson is standing there. The mask is conflicted. Half of it is smiling, the other half is frowning. Very much looks like one of those drama club mixtures of the two different sides of the face. A brief moment later, he reaches up and takes the mask completely off. And you see underneath the lizard-like features of a pure diamond crystal or diamond-like skin structure of Carson. And he's just got a plain face. There's no emotions behind it as he looks at you. What are you?
I am Abrat. Abrat is both who and what I am.
That was very clever. And an acceptable answer. Now, he walks over to you, puts a single finger onto your chest, Then in an instant, the palm slams into your chest. And there is a small, as you feel the force go, cloud of pollen shoots out from the back of you, blackens, and then formulates and turns into your companion. And it looms over the back. 2 hands curl over each of your shoulders as it leans forward, meeting Carson's stare. You realize what it would cost you to carry a being like this within. It won't cost you anything. We're seeing to that. I presume you know the dangers.
The risks are small compared to many other things involved.
And what do you plan on doing with this being? You can't house him forever. Your structure's already begun to deteriorate.
We'll see whether we make it to We'll see. We'll see. I have many plans in motion. Whether or not any of them pan out, only time will tell. But eventually I will find a better option for my guest.
Very well. You may do what you like. I won't pretend I know what he likes or what he wants. But I can tell you that he's lying to you. Creature curls up and like, I only tell you what you need to know. Nothing else hinders you.
Brett's eyes kind of narrow briefly while looking at Carson, and then he says, "Everybody is lying to me. One more is but a small addition to the large ocean of lies I wade through on a regular."
It's very strange that you believe that. When you travel with someone who has not uttered a single lie in anything he's ever told you.
He may not have spoken lies, but he has still lied in what he has not said.
You know I'm talking about Prologue, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then what has he not said that he's lying to you about?
I do not know everything Brolog knows.
So then a complete admission of truth is lying. In which case, you're lying to yourself on a regular basis.
With what I just said, I don't make the same connection you do.
And there it lies. Perhaps once you've found yourself roaming this world for near as long as I have, you might begin to. It is not that everyone lies. It is that you don't give them the chance to tell you. And in the end, if you're the one who doesn't give them a chance, then you're the one who's doing the lying. If there is anything you need from Brolog, all you have to do is ask. Now find Storm. That is one that would freely lie to you. And he wouldn't even think twice about it. With him you are correct. For Eulandriel, he doesn't know he's lying. And yet you so freely tell and say that they are all liars. In truth, something like you I would not have hesitated to destroy many years ago. You house something impure and unholy. Not that I care about holy. And you yourself appear to be a corruption. But what is within is far more pure. And eventually you might find it. I think I'm going to enjoy what chaos you bring. I know good craftsmanship will come with it. When we're done here, show me your alchemy kit. I'll set you up with a better one. Puts the porcelain mask back on, and it just turns into his grin. And if you have nothing else with that...
No, Aberrat went a little coldly quiet there.
Okay. We're actually moving on to Vine Storm next.
Yay.
Hello. So,
Why can't I hear anybody yet?
that's because I'm on push to talk still. Hee hee.
You had me worried there. I'm like, oh no,
No, things are going bad again.
I'm deafened beyond deafened.
Okay. Before you stands Carson smiling. You would your passive perception's easy enough to tell that everyone else has stopped moving, and it's just you and Carson who are moving right now. He's handing you a teacup.
I do my bow, take the teacup.
About 5,000 years ago, I met a few people, up-and-comings, as we would have called them back then. Ones who would challenge during the next cycle. Hadrian was a good man. He fought for everything he cared for so greatly that it seemed as though nothing could kill him. Now, that is very true. He's gone from being a magnificent piece of work to nothing. But he's still everything because he knows all. He turns and looks at you with this strange, sad grin on the mask. You follow a difficult god, Finestorm.
Why is that?
There's heart behind his action. But not for the right reason. And that is where we disagree. He and I see things in different ways. It doesn't matter to him that it was made, finally, with skill and precision. If we had the oldest cathedral in the town, he would destroy it if it meant killing only one person that he despised. I find that shameful.
Yes, I can understand that.
And yet I find myself being visited by him, requested to speak with one of his acolytes, a chosen of his, one of his
He
favorites.
requested. That's unusual. I didn't think he would do that on my
Apparently,
behalf.
you were quite persuasive. Unfortunately, my answer has to be no.
But of course,
It's not safe
understandable.
to give a mortal two boons. And besides, he looks at Brolog. I have an idea for who I might name as mine.
No problems. Understandable. I appreciate the audience.
I considered him a friend once. You've given that an option again. You've also inadvertently involved me inside their affairs again.
Whatever I can do to reconnect two old friends, I would be most happy to.
It is both a joy and a heartache. Is there anything else I might help you with?
I have no right to ask of anything from you.
Just because you don't have a right doesn't mean you can't.
I have two tasks ahead of me that I wish more knowledge on. Any help in either of those would be greatly appreciated. One is my trials.
I believe that is the one I might be able to speak with you the best.
Very well.
Cor Sol's an old friend of mine. On many occasions, whenever I need counsel, I would go visit and ask what he would think. He's been around near around the same time that I have. Careful, though. His trials are often not deadly. But I think you'll handle yourself just fine. And be careful about what he says. His words are tricky. If you get it wrong, you'll find yourself owing your soul to two beings. And I'd rather not, the knowing God, pay a visit to my old friend.
Is it a complication that I am what I am for Croissant?
No. He keeps his own, and keeps out of the cycle for a reason. I never bothered asking, but I believe he has it.
Has what?
A reason.
Oh, to stay out. Is there anything I can do for you?
Keep your laundry alive. I've watched him suffer for hundreds of years now. It would be nice to see this being the end of his cycle.
Very well. If necessary, my lives are his.
And that is where we'll leave it with you.
Okay. Bye.
It's Burlak's turn.
I'm here.
You're here. What's up?
I can't hear you, though.
That's because I'm still on push to talk. That is the third time I've done that. And there's only 4 of you right now. Oh dear. Well, you, at some point in the conversation, the general conversation that's been going on, Carson pulls out a large tankard and just starts pouring a very fine smelling beer into it. Toppers it off and walks over to you and hands it. I understand that you might have more work that needs to be done.
Always. Were you referring to something specific?
Your tattoos, your marks.
Carson, my man. Yes, exactly so. I actually have 2, but I believe based upon the rates we've discussed previously, I may only be able to afford 1 currently.
I might have another proposition for you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Do tell.
Well, hopefully it is apparent to you that I've been around for a lot longer than most beings.
I have not considered it, but now that you say that, that does make sense.
This is one of the reasons why you fascinated me the most.
Oh, really? You fascinate me as well, Carson. A good man. Or being.
Well, being is far more accurate than man.
Yes.
I have been paying attention to your exploits. The stories of your troop coming in from the people I service and from those I speak with. We've heard many whispers from the land itself of what you've been doing for it. Healing it, getting rid of what's been accursing their roots for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Andrea and I are very grateful for you.
Who is that?
My friend outside.
Is that a recent friendship?
No, she and I have been traveling together for almost 200 years now.
That is a long friendship. But not as long as some. I did not see them previously with you.
Oh, that's because they usually take the form of a horse and pull my cart for me.
An excellent little thing. How amusing.
They volunteered for it. I don't know why. Anyway, I would like to give you a gift,
Really?
but
What sort?
it's... Actually, I suppose the word gift is not entirely correct. It does have payment of sorts. But for you, it's not payment. There are many places that I go where I see desecrations. Things that should not be on anything living. I very much want to remove them, but I cannot be in all places. So I would like to gift you with my mark.
What is that? What is that?
It's how to explain in a way you would understand. He begins gesturing his hand, and before you, you see lines of arcane light just forming and creating a very beautiful and elegant tribal type tattoo of your head, essentially. And in it, the lines keep moving, shifting, and evolving, much like you saw on the rainbow-esque tattoos you saw on Carson when you saw his face first. It's the evolution of a story. If you view tattoos and markings in certain ways, it tells you the history of the being, where they're from, what they've done, and what they've experienced. I would like to make yours a working tapestry, where each one of them is a direct sign of what you've done. It'll give you a gift of sorts, enhance your abilities in ways according to the accomplishments you do, and it will grow and shift as you continue to grow and shift yourself.
This sounds like a most holy gift. Why do you give it to me?
Because you have done nothing but go out there and strive for what you believe in and not swayed once. You stick to your word, but you still cause a little chaos from time to time. That,
Yes.
and you believe that the most best way of showing your successes is by quite literally showing it to people.
This is true.
Each one of them a beautiful piece of art.
Is there,
There is one more thing that convinced me the most. When you first found me, you inquired about my skills. You inquired how you could do it yourself. And then you went and learned how to do it yourself. I know you've been taking calligraphy lessons.
Yes. I still have, much work to do before I could put ink to skin in a worthy way.
I would like to help you on that journey.
Oh, would you? That would be most generous.
Then how about it? Would you like my gift? All you have to do is continue living the life the way you do. You don't even need to tell people of me.
I have one question before answering. I noticed some gifts are not gifts, and there are hidden costs or effects. Would this be such a thing?
In this case, no. With some, yes. For example, the one Fine Storms made his deal with. There will absolutely be costs should Fine Storm refuse. Should he turn back on his word. If Yolondriel faces his in a way that he disapproves of, all it will do is see Yolondriel seeing the cycles begin again. His gifts come at a cost as well. As do Abarat's. The cost of his is his life.
You speak in a way that I do not fully understand, and I would not have you pry into my group's minds for me. But I would ask, is there reason for distrust?
I don't think so.
Brolog would like to roll for perception to see if he was in any way lying or falsifying for when he was talking about the costs of the mark.
Yeah, go for it. That would be insight. So give me an insight check.
Insight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's worse. Yeah, it's an 8.
You love rolling 8s. Yeah, oh gosh, you get so many 8s. So many 8s. Right. Yeah, he's telling the truth.
Great. Brolog fully believes him then and says, in this case, then yes, I wholeheartedly would like to accept this gift. I would like you to tell you the story, the stories of its worthiness.
Good. Tell me, as I do my work.
Very good. Brolog will talk about defeating the various trees as well as the shadow monster that killed Paraspidus, and then the recent killing of King Lee.
King Lee, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead and pop me a message of the victories that are worthy of tattoos that Brolog needs.
Okay.
So the way this works is it is essentially it starts off as a small full body tattoo. It will go all over your body to a degree, just small thin lines that are going to be very hard for people to perceive. When you complete a victory, portions of those thin lines will spread out to the shape of the form of the tattoo that you want in the area that you want.
Sweet,
And it will
sweet.
solidify into a blackened ink or whatever colors you want it to be. And it will give you a small little gift. Like, some of them might give you an extra boost to AC. Other things might give you boost to hitting. As you progress and as you continue getting successes, the more powerful the tattoo itself is going to get.
Hot. Okay.
And I will
send it to
also
you.
have to add your other tattoos to it. So I'm going to have to create a template for this. Because
Okay.
all your tattoos that you have now are going to be molded into that tattoo.
Okay.
Your body is considered fully tattooed, and you can only have that tattoo on it.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Cool.
Very good.
Perfecto. And that's what you do. We're going to get everybody else back here, hopefully, and go about a little bit of a normal conversation. As I wave frantically, and then send a message. Sirenscape, everybody. It's a beautiful thing. It's in the background. So I'm playing this nice, calming little music. Just gonna keep waving like this.
Come back.
Come back,
Come back.
to me. Okie dokie, artichokes.
Still missing a fine storm.
Yeah, we are still missing a fine storm. We are going to continue though. We'll say his conversation with a little extra as you three pop out and see everyone else is moving. Finestorm still kind of a little absently mindedly looking at a cup of tea in front of him. You all sound like you've been on such a wild trip. A very wild journey.
It was very excellent. You didn't say, how did you get out to the city and come to Nutra?
I walked.
Easy enough.
One of these days, perhaps, Prologue, I will show you how I could do something like that. But not now. I
That
think they
does
might
sound-
get a little nervous if they see me flying around outside.
Yes, people on this continent very nervous.
Incredibly. Well, it doesn't help that the only person or being that really flies around here, aside the Le Bon military, but they're easy to tell. Gearfind and his stupid flame. I hate that dragon. He's awful.
Why so awful?
He destroyed my favorite boat. It was very beautifully crafted, had a magnificent figurehead.
Was it a battle situation or just
No.
spite?
He saw something shiny on the deck that he wanted, so he took it. Oh, speaking of Eulandriel, the
Yeah.
Greaves are with Gearfriend. You're going to have to face that dragon at some point, if you want to complete your armor.
Yeah, it's not really a priority right now.
It is to me. Bring vengeance to my boat.
Also, defeat a dragon.
He looks
Let's
at
not
you
get
with a
ahead of
rather...
ourselves. Prologue.
It kind of... The face mask, it struggles with the facial feature. It kind of it goes happy and then sad and then confused and then concerned and then all over the place before settling with a small little smile. I'm like, that one, yes. Not all, though.
Well, yes. Carson, would you like to join me for dinner?
I think that would be delightful. I'll get
Excellent.
Henry and make sure we close up.
Very good. As such an aside, the project that we had talked about, has that already happened? Does that
It has already happened. Yeah.
already happened? Okay,
So you can decide the way that looks.
cool.
Probably should have given you a little bit of a heads up, a warning that might happen, because you all will notice that Prologue looks a little different.
Yes. Actually,
How?
I got some fresh ink.
A lot of new ink.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that looks like yet, so I can't say. One of them is definitely a very shadowy looking tree. Like it's not like dark, but it's like ethereal, I guess.
Oh,
so
okay.
not concrete.
Yeah, one probably has a nice little gem-like glow to it in certain ways as well. Kind of giving the false appearance of maybe looking into the astral plane a little bit with a starry scape. In fact, actually, when you look at it, you might actually think that the lines go into the skin. It gives off that kind of illusion.
The other ink, I'll have to get back to.
Think of, yeah. What are our thoughts for dinner? Henry's a good cook, although they don't cook meat, and I'm not sure if you'd want meat.
I mean, if it is delicious, it is delicious.
It's always delicious. They grow it themselves.
I will say, I believe I have the consequences have lodgings with the king. Perhaps you would like to join in whatever that food endeavor is.
Meet the new king of Lepan.
I could introduce you if you'd like.
I think that could be very fun. They hate tattoos. I should give him one. He starts walking towards the door.
I should warn you, he is a very serious individual, not one for jokes.
Well, that's a shame.
And from Prologue, I say to Everett.
It is a shame.
We'll have to tone down our joking attitude then.
I agree, out of respect.
Indeed. Keep it a little, on the quiet side.
Carson, I do like our interaction. Such a delight.
It's been a very long time since I've been around people who enjoy my company.
I have found individuals are mostly idiots, so that is understandable.
I thought it was just me. He opens the door.
I call a Prologue out.
Yep.
Same.
Windstorm, are you coming?
Yes.
Excellent.
Ease.
Burlog will lead the way back to wherever he thinks the king is staying, / he and the consequences are staying.
So, you head on back. While you're traveling through the town... Oh, I hit the wrong button there. At this point, the sun has well and truly set. It has begun to creep a little later into the night. When you exit out of the cart. Oh, come on, you silly stuff. Give me noises. The people on the outside have all gone away, and the cart is currently being packed up and closed by that same individual who's now looks a little different. They look more humanoid, more human-like. Their skin has gone from this vibrant tree-like green, like plant green, to a normal pale human, and their hair has gone to a very... It looks almost black, but when the clouds part from the moons at this point, you get enough light to see that there is a very deep green hue to the hair. They're wearing basic, common clothes, and they turn and... Are we going out? Yes. I thought we might go and meet the new king. Would you like to come with us? Are you going? Yes. Are they? Yes. She looks at Yolondriel. Is he?
Yo.
Yes. Come along now, Henry. It'll be good for you. Okay. She begins wandering behind, very closely towards the back of Carson, kind of ducking away from anyone's direct line of sight, constantly very, very, very shy.
I lean over to Abra. Did I do something wrong to that kid?
Probably not.
Brulok would like to roll perception to see if he hears that.
Okay, go for it.
He did not hear it.
What'd you roll?
That's a... Oh, I do have proficiency in perception now. 10.
Ooh, a 10. Well, I mean, Andrea, if you weren't trying to be quiet with it, that would be high enough to hear.
Let's see what my stealth is. Where's it at? It's 13 stealth. Get out of here with that 10.
It's just quite enough, Brog. You don't quite hear it.
Just ambling along. Such a good mood.
Yeah, we follow.
Continue on
Maybe.
ambling through. You do find yourself, this takes probably about 10 or so minutes to get to the embassy that's been set aside for, or the building that's being used as the embassy for the Le Bon individuals. And when you get there, no one that you know is there. You're quickly informed by one of the guards approaching. Brolog, we weren't entirely sure if you would be coming. We prepared rooms for you and your groups. Who are these?
Thank you. This is Excellent Carson, and his associate, Henry.
Well, Excellent Carson and Henry, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Captain Barbon. That's a word. Just on for the guard of the embassy here. It wasn't given to me to give to you as an order from Falia Brolog, but it is said that if you would like, Alpha A is partaking in the patrols around the city to keep an eye on things and make sure they're going well. If you'd like to partake, you can definitely do so, but completely optional.
Very good. I believe, if possible, I would like to have dinner with the king and introduce Excellent Carson to him.
You're a little early. My understanding is this night it is introductions and agenda setting. They did not tell me when the king or anyone else would be arriving back. But they've been in the meeting for about 4 or so hours now, so I imagine they would be arriving soon. I can send a runner to find out for you.
That would be excellent.
Yeah. Gustav, Tara! Person comes running over. Says a string of sentences in a different language, which you would all understand to be Old Andrean at this point. And the person runs off again. You'll be back in about 5 or so minutes. Not that big of a town. Funeral Stropga tell you half hour.
These meetings, am I invited?
Unfortunately, that's not information I'm privy to. I wish I could tell you.
Very well.
It's just Folia and the king currently. Right now, the rest of Alpha is either on patrol or sleeping.
Well, in that case, do you have some mugs?
Yes, I do. I have mugs and keg. Yeah, just mugs and keg. If you'd like, I did hear that Hank is in town. He brought his latest special brew.
Oh, I just needed empty mugs.
Oh, just empty mugs. Very good, very good. Would you like them here, or would you like to go inside dining hall to
Dining hall would
dining
be
hall?
excellent.
Fantastic. I will take you there, and I will get cook on bringing some empty mugs for you.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. He starts guiding you on. As you're going through the doors, there are quite a few guards on security. There's not even... they're in the groups of 3 patrolling around the building, and there's not even 15 feet of space between them and another group of 3. The roof is stacked with people who are all, as you at this point understand, to be equipped with rifles, and other people stationed around almost every entrance and way into the building, all around, everywhere you go. And inside is equally as secure. There is a lot of people protecting this building. Brings you to the main dining area, which is a very large table. It's about 16 seats all around, 1 at each head, 7 on each side. And tells you to wait for a moment as the cooks bring in some empty mugs.
When Burlock gets the empty mugs, he will put them on the table in a triangle and then ask Carson if he wants to play Golden Head bowling.
By the gods. I put my feet up on the table and lean back in the seat.
Golden Head Bowling.
Oh, it is very fun. I will show you. And Burlock will take out the head of Duncan the Brutal and bowl it down the table at the mugs.
Okay. Yeah, give me a dex check. Athletics. No, not athletics. Acrobatics. No, not acrobatics, because you're not doing this with yourself. This really is a ranged attack, so yeah, the ranged attack roll.
18.
18. You do real good. Hang on, how many pins is that? There is 1 pin left standing.
You see. Easy as that, Carson. Very fun. 8 points for me. Is that right? Are there 9?
1, 2, 3, 4. There are 9.
There's 10 pins.
There's 10. There are 10
there's
pins,
10
yeah.
pins.
Okay,
10
so I
pins.
can knock down
Be right
I did
back.
do that right.
Grab some
9 points for me.
Oh. He walks over and picks up the head and... This is Duncan the Brutal.
Yes, I took his head.
I think that's fascinating. And he starts messing around a little bit and doing little things to the head while he's walking over. And when he gets back, you can see that there is coloration to the gold now in certain places, and it's made it to where it looks like his eyes are a little cross-eyed, and he's looking like he's terrified of being rolled. And the way he grabs it and pins himself, he's got the coloration of a tongue kind of sticking out to where it looks like it's spinning, and the tongue is needlessly just loose on the side of the mouth as he tries to roll down himself.
Brolog laughs the whole time.
Right as it gets to the end, it skips, lands on the tip of the nose, and just pops up, completely missing all of the empty tankards and smacking Jartus in the face. And Jartus goes, "Hey!"
You have to watch the nose. It's very important, we have found.
Yes, I do often find that people's noses get in the way quite often.
Brolog will play this until the king arrives for dinner.
It's about, I mean, by the time you both do your first pitches, the runner does return and inform you all that they're probably going to be back in around 20 or 30 minutes or so. At that point, the kitchen staff are all running around getting some food prepared, and they kick you off the table or out of the dining area so they can prepare it
You mean
correctly.
they're gonna try to?
When they come in, and if you refuse, the guy you spoke to previously will come in and be, they need to prepare for the king. This is courtesy, politeness.
Okay. Very well. I apologize, Carson.
He's just staring at the garden. It's been a while since I've purposefully been courteous. But I suppose you're right, Prologue. In this case, we should.
Yes.
It is a
Very
king.
well.
We should show a little respect. Starts to pick up some of the empty tankards.
Brolog will collect Duncan's head and put it back in his bag.
It looks spotless this time. Last time there were a couple of little dents. But this time there's no scratches. The metal is now perfect again. It looks just exquisite. And those light colorations, they've faded at this point. It was just a minor illusion spell. But he did fix it up for you. He mended it for you.
Do I notice?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I probably noticed with the 17. In that case, Burlog was like, thank you for the maintenance, Carson. An excellent man, I have said.
Good.
Elandriel, I have noticed something interesting.
What's that?
You and Eula are a thing.
Yeah.
Why?
Felt right.
Based upon
A feeling. I'm currently looking at my spell book and looking up at you as you're talking to me, and flipping the page over.
Wouldn't you say that it is important for it to be more than a feeling?
I look at you for a second. More than a feeling?
I can't stop this feeling. It's
More than a feeling.
Yes, feelings are not trustworthy, although valid. It is important to take note of them, but they are not something to follow.
Oh, come on, Prologue. Like you've never felt the flutter of your heart and the stir of your loins. I say with a big grin on my face because I know how dumb it sounds.
I do not know what that means exactly.
That's why I said it.
I do not think I have done that.
You mean, Prologue, you mean to tell me there's not a female Loxodon back home waiting for you?
Have I not told you? The males are not allowed in cities except for expressly invited. I have not yet been invited.
Well, just you wait. Once you're invited. And then they'll kick you out right after, I bet. So,
I do not know. I was not yet in a position of authority to have such knowledge when I left. But you think this is a wise choice?
probably not Prologue, but few decisions I make are wise.
I have
Flip the
noticed
page.
that. Do you think perhaps you could better yourself in that arena?
Well, Prologue, in all my past other lives, I was a much more capable person, and I still ended up dead and right back here. So this time around, I'm gonna be me.
You know
That's
what they
not
say.
true. He was actually far more pathetic in his previous lives.
You hear,
Or maybe it
Yolandria.
was the confidence that maybe. Well, I am an asshole.
That's never changed. This is true.
But you are a friend of mine.
Agreed, Prologue.
What was
Besides, if you're
Ooh.
worried when the last fight comes, she won't be there.
Worried? I'm worried about what?
Oh, there for a second, I thought you were worried about another person's safety. That's my fault.
You are my friend. I do not want you harmed. That is true. But in what way would this...
No, I meant you. I meant Eula won't be there in the final fight. So if that's what you were worried about,
Oh, it is not. No, you are correct. I do not worry about that. But, as you were saying, they say that it is insanity to do the same thing over and over the same way, expecting a different result.
exactly.
So maybe this unwise way of living could produce a different result. Interesting.
What I know, he knows. So,
Who's the he?
well, you know the he.
Oh, yes.
So, the more myself I am, the harder it is for him to guess what I'm going to do. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do.
Do you think he knows what I know?
Only what I know about what you know.
I see. Very good. Even my mother could not guess what I would do. I like my chances.
Well,
And that,
that makes one
folks,
of us.
was when Finestorm clawed out his ears.
Finestorm, are you not having a delightful evening?
No,
Oh, Why is that?
We haven't killed anybody yet.
Well said, well said.
And then a character from
Soon,
two
I
campaigns
assume.
over goes, same. Sorry.
If you're looking for easy, I am sure in a city this size, some criminal needs to be executed. But
And what true warrior looks for something easy?
well said. But you did not specify
One who's bored.
what kind of killing you were looking for. But yes, a good fight would be much better. I'll have to keep a lookout for one.
How about we try a new game?
What is that?
We
Oh
go up
boy.
to the roof of a building and we take out your golden heads and we see if we can hit anybody as we drop them.
That's horrific. And
I think
the
this is a
chances of
great
you
idea.
hitting a child and giving it permanent brain damages, I do not stand by this prologue.
Yes, also, I do not think, to your point previously, it would not be a warrior's fight.
Yeah. Yeah, what prologue said, actually. That's a much better argument
I
against your
didn't
game.
call it a fight, I called it a game.
It does not sound
No
like a
honor
fun
amongst
game.
It's
half-noobs,
not a
I
fight to
guess.
knock over pins, is it?
It is difficult. The nose gets in the way.
Okay, well how about we just go for like, taking off an arm or something? That'll be more difficult.
I do not think that is the way.
I'm
Okay.
not enjoying this dark sense of humor that has sprouted up since your death, Finestorm. I'm not a big fan of it.
I don't know. It's kind of amusing.
I think it's delightful.
It is an
Good lord, I'm surrounded by
interesting twist.
sociopaths. I say as I close my spell book and leave the room.
And who all here doesn't have a voice in their head?
I don't.
I don't anymore.
Anymore.
You do now. I'm just kidding. I will never do that to you.
Thank you.
Yet. While all of that is going on, Aberrat, you're sitting there quietly just watching them all go and banter back and forth. And you notice the strange one that's kind of been hiding behind Carson, speaking around, looking at you for a second. You make eye contact, she dashes behind again. A couple of moments go by and then they look again. And they take a couple of steps closer to you.
I'm gonna flip my left hand upside down and lay it on the table, kind of non-threateningly.
They step over to it and reach out and touch your hand and begin to just tap the tips of each of your fingers. Do you know how I know you're made?
Not yet.
I didn't make you. And she pulls
Abra
something
just gives her a quizzical look.
out of a cloak. It's a small little... It looks like a wooden box, and then she opens it up and shows you the inside, and it is a very well-made alchemy kit. And closes it again. I put a few samples in there. Something I think you might help in the future. What are you making?
Aberrant doesn't fully respond yet. But then he kind of... I'm making more of myself.
Which hand did you put on the table, by the way?
The left one.
Left one? Would you be pulling your left hand up to touch your face as well? Or
Oh no, that's
No?
just that's just
That's just
Vaughn
a-
having
okay.
a nervous tick.
Had to double check.
Yeah.
More of yourself. That's going to be really hard to do. She caresses around the back of your hand that's on the table, and you begin to see a soft green flow through it. You weren't made by natural means, so making yourself naturally is not going to be easy to do. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you might need a little help. Do what you can. And find me when you're ready. I kind of like the project.
Just out of curiosity, what language is this going on in?
Primordial.
Just verifying.
Yeah. It's good. Good check. But they've both been unbeknownst to you, Abrat. You have not realized, but you've been speaking primordial this entire time.
I will. When I get to that stage, I will come find you.
She leans forward and looks you in the eye, and for a brief moment, that shyness, that extreme timidness, there we go. Me and come on up with weird words. That strange timidness completely vanishes. They reach out, grab, just slightly touch the underside of your chin, caress it out, and look at you and smile and say, "The only things that grow by my grace." And then she takes a step back, and then proceeds to scurry on and hide behind Carson again. When you try to lift your left hand from the table, you can't. You first try and you feel a tug, and you start trying even more, and you feel more tugging and ripping. And you can hear these snaps just as you pull your hand from the table, and you see that there's been a mycelial growth that's come from your hand and grown into the table and the interworks therein. And you have to literally break it from your hand.
Oh. I'm going to collect what stays on the table, by the way.
Go for it. Add that to your inventory. Make note of it however you will remember what it is. But you collect a sample of that. And the alchemy kit you've got is very, very beautiful. Like, you don't have a scavenged or self-made alchemy kit anymore. You've got a professional one.
Oh, perfect.
And it does have a
Nice
slight
professional.
magical enchantment to it, which is to +1 to your checks.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There's, eventually, after your bant has continued on for a little bit longer, the king does arrive with Folia and Emlar in tow. Constance and Eula are still out patrolling. They will not be joining for the dinner, but dinner is begun. They're all real quiet at first. Emlar kind of breaks the mood and so, I've just been patrolling all day. How'd everything go with everyone?
I apologize. Is the king there now, or is just the
He
alpha?
is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're all,
Um,
at this point, you're all sitting down to dinner and food is being served. You're having a very strange quail-like bird.
Well,
It
Quail!
was an excellent day. I met back up with the excellent Carson.
Hello.
King, this is Carson, an excellent tattooist and being, and his associate, Henry.
Carson. Do you know why Laban banished tattoos?
No, but I would very much like to understand.
It's because they never sat on the king's skin. Every time he got one, it would just immediately vanish.
A sign of unworthiness.
A sign of a bitter man who despises when other people get what he wants and he can't. It's my pleasure to make your acquaintance, Carson. I am King Tagorin, first of his name.
And as Brolog introduced me, I am Carson of the Windorium Emporium, and this is my colleague, Henry. If you are pertaining towards changing your opinion towards tattoos, could discuss a few things. I don't just tattoo flesh, but also metal. A common acquaintance of all of ours led me to the research. Something I abandoned a long time ago, but after seeing what Anubisai did with her armor, I revisited it and perfected it.
Did Anubisai learn to get a tattoo?
No,
No,
but I could teach her if you know where she is.
I do not. I have not seen my friend for a bit now.
kind of picking around at my plate.
They're all kind of picking around at their plate. The king, you can see, he's not in his big heavy armor at this point. He's wearing a very, very finely pressed military suit. Crown on his head. Which he is still frequently uncomfortably shifting.
Well, King, I've recently formulated a new game called Golden Head Mugs. Would you like me to play?
Oh,
Play with
God.
you?
Perhaps not now, Brolog.
Very well, very well. You seemed joyless this evening.
Your king is a piece of work.
I'm not 100% what you mean, but
And I've just
He's
realized...
not
actually,
a pleasant individual.
During our agenda meetings, there were a number of things that he spoke on. Of course, Prince Nero was there to assure that they are topics that are still willing to be discussed. However, King Shago did not accept our including of you into Alpha A as a reason for you to be immune to the arrest warrants. Captain Darst did specify and say that that will never happen here in Nutra. And when the king protested, Captain Darst proceeded to stand there and say, "Would you like me to escort you out of my city?" I will not repeat myself again. Darst has got balls. He's not scared to speak up if he needs to. It might take a few days of working, but we will get you that immunity.
Thank you.
We could always take a more extreme method. I say as I'm like picking at my plate.
Folia gives you a look, and then Emlar kind of closes his eyes and, "We're not killing another king."
No, I mean just tell him that
What
if he
other
doesn't
king was
accept your
killed?
terms, if he doesn't accept your terms, then the Chosen of Eshnar denies Quayla, meaning that I deny them religiously. He's a follower of our god, Emlar, so that might push him.
That would have been a good plan. If we had a bit more of a closer knit on our information and what we tell people. Nir has already informed the king that Emlar is a false god.
Well, then never mind.
That's actually a bit of a downside for you as well, Eulandriel. Turns out the reason why he didn't put out an arrest warrant for you is because you were the chosen of Eshnar. And now that he's questioning the legitimacy of the god, your name's on the list for possible arresting as well.
Not the first time.
Yeah. That's what Emlar told me, but this would be the first time you'd be tried by the theocracy of Salo, who apparently are vicious.
Doesn't matter.
Salo. Did you just say Salo? Yeah? Why?
Carson leans over to you, Brolog, and tries to whisper. He's not good at this either, though. Okay, yeah. Abrat, Finestorm, you both hear this.
Salo's been dead for almost 2,000 years.
That is humorous. Do you think it is more of these skeletons? Brolog will whisper back.
No.
He rolled a natty one.
Good.
Oh, gosh.
On point.
For a cool 2.
Alright, yeah, you all hear that. This is gonna take a while. There's a lot of information we have to get through, and the first thing that we have to do, Chancellor Brimland Soth has made very apparent to me, is that before we can even discuss the common threat, we have to come to an agreement. He wants the war to end. Permanently. So do I.
What's the issue then?
The people. Over 70% of Recloria still wants the war to continue. And about half of my people do too. There's a rebellion faction in works that's quelling and continuing the want for that to happen.
Why?
As far as we can tell, they think our governmental structures are entirely corrupt. The rebellion on the Reclorian side thinks that humans are the worst thing to happen to this continent and that they should all be eradicated.
Rude.
I think they're being fronted, as in someone's supplying them, giving them money, but we can't find out who. Operations in Recluria are tricky for our people. The one in Laban, honestly, I think is the one in Recluria as well. I think they're connected. They haven't made any associations or public declarations, but I swear I have seen the same ones in Laban as I have in Recluria. But they've just been planting bombs, killing captains, making chaos. We have a really high knit security structure, so they haven't been able to get too high up. But with them in the way, our people are going to continuously be pushing for it. Because the message that they're telling the people is that they're not the rebellion. They issue the attacks, and then they publicly denounce the attacks and blame it on the other nation. They're controlling the perspective. So if we declare peace, our people are just going to flock to the rebels, and we're just going to have another war on our hand. With a really loose peace treaty between two countries that have been at war for almost 500 years. Obviously, I hope you can tell. We have our hands cut out. Our work cut out for us. I don't know why I said hands. Probably because I'm looking at my hands. Well, that's how our side's going. How about yours? You made any decisions? What your next move is?
Not as of yet. Perhaps back to Drumnar, Yolandrio. Or go with the original plan to the collective.
I'm gonna pull out a map.
The collective do have sticky fingers.
Yes. Grabbing up what is not theirs.
It would be nice to know why they withdrew as well.
Maybe two birds then.
If that's what you guys think.
Did you want to talk to that priest again in Drumnar?
Yeah, that was a stop along the way, but also he's just gonna give me more information, which will either help or hinder us in the future.
One of those then, probably. Seems like. Although it may be best for you, King, if I don't tell you which.
There are a few things I'm working on. No, you won't need to tell me which. You never need to report to me. I would appreciate it if you did feed information back to Folia. Keep us up to date as to what's going on. I've been convinced that the common threat against this entire continent is what takes priority, as the consequences have been the forefront of that entire effort. I give you free rein to the country,
and free reign to do as you need.
Thank you. Is there some sort of documentation or some such that I would need to carry?
No, but I'll have one drawn up for you. There are a few generals who do oppose my reign. They oppose me, though, not my written law.
We're good then.
If I understood the mood of Chancellor Soth as well, he would like to meet with your group. You included, Prologue. All of you. Or every one of you. My apologies. I am still not used to your vernacular.
That individual has insulted me previously.
Chancellor Soth insulting someone? How?
Yes.
Wait, isn't it
broke.
that asshole who threw me in prison?
No, that was Captain Dingleberry.
Yes.
The guy from the Marjoram City. Chancellor Soth is he's a leader of Recloria.
Oh yeah, I'm confusing it with this shit. And I hold out the Soth serum for like 0.2 seconds, then I put it back in my pocket.
Yes, he broke the creed.
I will pay you
towards
5,000
me.
gold for that.
Huh? Which one? One of them said that?
Folia, she's staring right where you held the salt serum.
Yeah, but also having one of those in my back pocket might be a thing later.
Yeah, that's why I said 5,000. Okay. She kind of sits back a little bit, and the king's looking at her with a little bit of a worried look, and then looks at you, Brolog, or kind of faces his head while still looking at you. That entirely distracted me. I'm sorry. What was your question, Brolog? He insulted
It was
you.
not a question.
It was a statement.
Yes, it was a statement. He broke the creed towards me. Of course, if he would like to apologize, I am always willing to forgive in such matters.
I think it would be prudent if you went and explained to him how he broke the creed, because he does not understand that he did that yet. And if someone doesn't know they broke your creed, Prologue, then in this continent, they're not guilty of doing it until you tell them what they did. They must be first given a chance to be repentant of what they did. They cannot be judged before.
This is true. Where is this chancellor?
He's at the embassy. I'll have a runner come and guide you there.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
I'm ready now.
We still have dessert.
I will get dessert some other time. This is of utmost importance.
He looks around. You muted, Abrat?
Nope. Abrat's agreeing with Brolog at this current moment.
Carson's kind of sitting there.
Well, if the consequences would like to go and speak with Brimlin Soth, I have a great many questions for you, King. And you, Emlar.
You boys go ahead, I'll stay right here, I say. And then I'm going to pull back out my spell book because I am 10 miles away right now, mentally.
Brolog will follow the runner to the Chancellor whenever the runner arrives.
Okay. Who's all going with Brolog for that?
Abrat's going with Brolog.
Abrat? Okay.
And I say Jardis is going too, because I can't wait to hear Murray's impression of Ben. How about you, folks at home? Can you wait?
Jardis will go as well, yeah. As for you, Yolandriel, you'll get a message. Emlar is going to send you a message just saying, hey, she's at the northern gate if you want a quieter, more comfortable spot to read your spells.
I'm gonna look up and I'm just gonna say, no, I'm fine. And then I'm gonna look at
Huh. Right, okay, yeah. Fine Storm, where are you? Are you hanging out with these individuals or heading off with Brolock, Jardis, and Abrat? Or where
Why
are
do you have to give me a new commandment? I am staying.
Okay. Then we will go to... I'm going to leave the music the same because it's basically going to be the same. For yourself, Fine Storm, and Yolandriel, I think Yolandriel can still hear us. He's just off screen.
Yes.
Perfect. It is genuinely just general conversation. Carson is asking him all sorts of questions like, what's your favorite food? What kind of meals do you like to eat on a regular basis? If someone came into your town with tattoos now, what would they do? Would you like a tattoo yourself? Do you want to hear the creed of 3, 2, 1? And all things like that. And Fine Storm, you would hear that Carson actually knows the creed. He knows it line by line, correctly. And it's not that he tells them about it. He's got more of a... It's a hint of a chaotic feel about the way he's talking to them. Like, he's genuinely actually trying to push in some business aspects of including a new kind of culture into Laban, encouraging them to start breaking some of the laws and lines down, doing some genuine good, while also slipping in, every now and then, just a very chaotic suggestion. The whole time, Henry's sitting in the background behind him going, huh, with a few of the suggestions and like, just kind of agreeing and then shying down eventually sometimes in other bits. But if there's anything you two would like to discuss with any of them.
At some point, I am going to try and whisper behind Henry's shoulder into their ear, are you having a good night? Without being there, of course. You know my trick.
Yeah, I know your trick. The pointed ears of Henry kind of perk up a bit. She shoots up a little more straight, looks down at the table. No, I'm actually really out of my comfort zone.
Why is that?
I'm in a building. I hate buildings.
I see.
I like trees, plants, green. I don't like staying inside the corpse of a tree.
Okay, fine. Someone doesn't know what to do with that. What? Okay. That's it.
Landrill is just being like abnormally quiet, but like the turns of the pages of the spell book are louder than they need to be, and every once in a while there's like an unconscious like huffs and puffs, you know what I mean? Just like unconsciously in a mood.
Eventually, at a point, every single time you do a bit of a huff and a puff, like your third time you do it, there is a gentle on the cheek. Look around.
I turn with a slight, like, there's a slight glow, like a momentary, like, yeah?
Everyone's still in their conversation. No one did anything.
I just flipped it. I keep reading.
It wasn't me.
Then on a fourth huff and puff, he gets slapped a little harder.
I'm going to look up at that point and I'm going to say, fine, Storm, do it again. I dare you. As I'm like looking around the room.
Carson's smiling very, very brimly at you and says, "It's rude to be loud while other people are having conversations. Quiet down, will you?"
I'm going to go,
Now, King, where was I? Do you wear a larger armor suit to compensate for something? Excuse me?
And we'll move over to everyone else. You were all, Prologue, I almost said Jardis like he's here. He's not. Prologue and Aberrat, along with Jardis in tow, who's just kind of absent-mindedly walking along, who did also have a private conversation with, what's-his-facey, Carson, and get escorted to the building that is being used as the embassy for those from Ecloria. As you approach, you are all three of you, stopped by guards in the front. This building is also equally as heavily guarded as the Bon embassy. A lot of guards outside. And the dwarf that walks up to you, who's probably about knee height for you, Prologue, looks up and goes, "Alright, what are you having to do with your business here?"
I'm here to speak with the Chancellor.
"Do you have an
I'm
appointment with the
Prologue.
Chancellor? If I understand, he's speaking with his people right now." He said, "You have Prologue. Just wait here. I'll be back with a." Then he just scurries and scampers off and runs into the
Very
building.
courteous, Aberrat, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the moment he heard your name, he definitely changed his tone to be more amiable.
Yes.
Moments pass, and from the door, you see a very familiar person who you have not seen since the beginning of the campaign. General Kale comes bursting from the front doors with this big smile on his face, the tattooed, scarred face, heavily thick leathered armor, two giant warhammers on his back. He comes running, no, not running, just very, very confidently walking up to three. He's like, "Prologue, you cat, I haven't seen you in a long time. You've been up to no good from what I've been hearing."
Only good, I can assure you, General Kale. Good to see you. This is a new associate of mine, Aberrat and Jartis.
Aberrat, looking a bit green around the skin there. I like it. It works. And Jartis, oh, look at you. You're a bit short. I'm also a very charming person.
oh, sounds just like him.
Do you want to know about my spells?
He is reaching out to cast Charm Person on General Kale.
Does Prologue notice this? 11?
Ew, he's not doing it discreetly and you're used to him, so DC was 10.
Prologue will slap his hand away.
Alright. I guess not today. Maybe later.
You have an odd obsession with doing that, Jartis.
It is very strange, potentially useful for the future, but one must target one's strengths.
I am.
Aberrat.
I don't know what all that is about, but the Chancellor would actually be pleased to have a word with you if you'd like. So I could take you inside.
Am I welcome inside?
Depends on your definition of welcome. You are welcome inside. But your overall welcomeness really depends on you. Nothing's gonna happen while you're here in Nutra, don't worry. We're not gonna break the treaty we have with Nutra. That'd be ridiculous. Besides, I'm on your side on this.
Thank you. Very good. Lead the way, please.
Utmost pleasures. You still drink?
Yes.
Good, try this.
He holds up a... It's one of those collectible flasks.
Brolog will sniff it for poisons and the like.
Okay. Yeah, give me a perception check with advantage. What'd you get?
That's a 9.
It's a 9. Okay. It smells really good. Very sweet. Well, not entirely very sweet. It's got a very pungent, like, maple-type smell to it.
Brolog will throw it back.
It's delicious. Probably the best maple whiskey you've ever drank.
That is excellent, General Kale. Thank you.
I thought you might appreciate that one. Been holding on to that for a bit.
Thank you.
Soon as the word of your exploits started coming in, I started getting a bit more of a respect for you. Well, besides the fact that you've gone towards, what's it called, Mool, the town of Mool. As soon as you got there, one of the worst criminals our place has ever seen escaped. People almost thought it was you, but I'm confident it wasn't. Besides, you then took care of him, so...
Oh,
no
Duncan,
harm, no foul.
would you like to see? Brolog will take out Duncan the Brutal's head and show it to him.
Prologue, I love your style.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Looks like he's heading in the right direction.
Definitely. I've even made a fun little game with it. I maybe will show you some other time.
Some other time. This is all down for business and serious stuff
Yes,
right now.
yes, business.
And you? Why are you looking all green about your skin? Is that like a race I haven't seen before?
Yeah.
Cool. What race are you then? He's a Loxodon, if I remember correctly. And then the not humans in ASMR. You travelled in with a black cat, which I understand to be Tabaxi. Good, got that right. From the King Shiggles, he's got quite a few of them. It's Admiral Vuja, who I uncomfortably had to arrest for a time being and then release. That was not fun. And then you've got Baz, a satyr. And you're different. What race?
I'm a fun guy.
Ha! Fun guy? Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were just
definitely
making a
want
joke
me
at
at
first.
Well,
Parties.
as long as, the party involves a lot of decomposing corpses.
I'll invite you to the next war.
Taps you on the side of the thigh. And then by this point you've entered into the building and got into a side room where he knocks twice on the door and was like, Special Officer Lauf is not here. She stayed behind to govern things while we're taking care of this, but there's a few things the Chancellor would like to just go over with you. Nothing against you again. He just needs to clarify the record before we expunge you all from our criminal sides, because Ilondriel is still wanted for court reasons regarding the death of a city guard inside Magram. Mind you, the previous captain of guard there has been dishonorably discharged and has hence since run away and joined the rebellion.
He would.
You might want to watch out for that one, by the way. Last I heard, he's got a mark and a want for Yolandriel's head. Something about nearly killing him.
He is weak.
You definitely need to talk to the Chancellor. And he opens the door, and that's where we're going to take a break. Right before they get into talking with the Chancellor. So, we're going to take a break, everyone. And I'm going to switch back to my normal actual voice. We'll be back in 10 or so minutes here. These are videos that did not get lost inside the SSD card because they were made and created and saved originally on an external one, which isn't dead yet. But we'll be back in 10. Those don't work anymore either, Yolandriel. That's something that died with my hard drive.
No.
I need to get a new chatbot, everyone, that can do those commands. So one of these days those will start showing up again. But for now, I only have less than 1 gigabyte inside this solid state drive, so no room. We'll be back in 10.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold. And breathe all over it. I need a dex saving throw.
It'll be like a family outing. We'll be giving mom and dad
Yeah,
Maggie
Shane,
back.
it'll be fun.
And then I need people to remember me after I die.
I will always remember you after you die. But I hope you don't die.
Like, almost like you could reach out and touch your own echoed self.
Reach out and touch self. Do I see all this going on?
I regularly do.
You do.
Okay.
I like getting into things.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Consent
is always important.
Agreed.
You're next. We have more for later. This is for the innkeeper. He needs to get turned too.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why
totally
am I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing? No, straightforward. Straightforward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left. Yeah.
Now
right
straightforward. Right in that nook.
Yeah.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ! What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
We're good. You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I think that's what that is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind. Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael Howe Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael Howe Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael Howe Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
oh, no. This is dental hour.
Hell yeah.
Laugh, love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
Larry's like,
Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said it.
down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The Queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her. Oh my god. And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Night Bane, where we see who dies this week.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, we went a little over there. That's okay, though. You just get to see the wonderful beginning of that ad again. Right. We left off with Aberrats and Brolog and Jartis getting let into essentially what's being used as a planning room. There's a lot of loose paperwork on the table around, and a tall, blonde-haired elf who looks very prim and proper, beautified up in many, many ways, wearing very elegant clothes, expensive looking, but also still modest in many ways as well. Prologue, from last you saw him, he looks a lot more stressed. Like, there's a crazy fray-ish to his hair. And he's looking down at the paperwork with a furrowed brow, very quizzically, disapproving, unhappy at it. And he looks up and... Prologue, it's been such a long time. I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been?
Chancellor, I am Brolog, son of Beatrice Log, and you insulted me.
I nervously shuffle some papers around. I've been informed that I may have done so, and I would like to very much inquire as to how I've done that.
Brolog will recite the full creed of 3, 2, 1 to him and say, you see, you have spoken to me as not an individual.
Oh. Well, Prologue, he gives you a very deep bow. I apologize very much on behalf of my conduct towards yourself and not understanding what your creed was at first. Please do forgive me. I will do the best I can in the future, and if I do ever do that again, then I will be sure to apologize immediately, as I have now been informed.
Your apology is accepted. You are forgiven of this insult.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about the insults you've done to my nation. Oh, great. First off, the drunken conduct of your employee inside the city of Mool.
Employee?
Yes. He was an ex-employee of yours, but during the time he was under your employ, from my understand.
Do you mean Zarai?
Mm-hmm. That would be the one.
He
a lot of
was
chaos.
a colleague. I never him.
Oh, you didn't pay him. Oh, so he was a colleague. So you were in command of each individual inside the group that you commanded, but you did not do the dispersal of the gold to the people under your command. Who would be the one who did that then?
what I mean to say is, during the time when Zarai was a part of the group, Paraspidus led.
Oh.
I did not. My ascension to leadership was only after Zarai was fired and Paraspidus died.
Good, yes, that clears that up. He pulls a couple of pieces of paper from a stack, shifts through a few, takes the ones he's not doing anything with, and rips them in half, throws them in a bin, and then signs one very vigorously and then puts it aside. Good, that clears that one up. Perfect. Now let's talk about Madrim.
Remind me, if you would.
Madrim Yolandriel killed one of the city guards. Now, as this is a much more violent crime, as Paraspidus is not alive to take the punishment and you are now in charge of the group,
yes,
it does fall to your responsibility.
Yes. The commander in that location was what I believe is called a racist towards Yolandriel kind. Yolandriel spoke harshly, I believe, and it was taken seriously in that vein. And they came for his arrest, which Yolandriel responded harshly again to. That individual is weak of mind and body, but I could see how this would seem as a slight towards you and your nation.
It's a little bit more of a slight. If the aggressive actions were against the captain himself, which there were quite a few, he nearly died from that prison break. But if they were against him himself, everything would be fine, because he's now, ever since, been excommunicated and dishonorably discharged from the military forces. However, it was against an innocent guard who was just following orders.
Yes.
Who had a family and children.
That was unfortunate. An unworthy fight.
Unfortunate is not an answer in this case, Prologue. Something has to be done to compensate.
What do you propose?
Well, the council would very much like to arrest Yolandriel and have him do his time in prison. However, I don't see that making any good for the continent as a whole. So I would very much just like to propose that he finds the family and apologizes personally.
That seems feasible.
Good.
Do you have such said family's location?
They have since moved cities. And I'm not sure if they would very much like to talk much with Yolandriel. It might be a process for him to do. I have been told by the captain's family that things have been done in order. So when it comes to monetary payments of any kinds, we've taken care of that. Or, well, the captain's family has, as they take responsibility as well for what happened.
Good.
However, the
I
murdering...
met some of that captain's family. An honorable man.
I believe General Tanathir had a chance to speak with Yolandriel, yes. Very honorable man. He was prostrate about what his cousin or nephew did.
Yes. Well, I am slightly confused. Do you want Yolandriel to apologize to this family or
Yes.
not?
It would be good rapport, and it would give me more leverage inside the council to be able to give you more access inside our cities.
Very well. If you would write the family's location, I will let
He produces an
Yolandriel
envelope.
make the decision as it would be.
Or rolled up parchment, already stamped and sealed, hands it to you.
His punishment to go to jail or apologize. But I think I can speak confidently that he would be open to this course of action.
Good.
Brolog will take the scroll envelope thing.
That is the location. He picks up another one. This, if it is not done in a timely manner, is the issue for Yolandriel's arrest. If he does not do the apology, I will have to put him in prison for a while.
I do not think that would end well, but I do not think it would come to that.
I don't either. But there are some occasions where I must see to the will of the council.
Yes.
And unfortunately, this is one of them. That one aside, the next one would be Lady Galani.
What do you mean?
From my understanding, it was your party that assisted and abetted her leaving the city and breaking her house arrest.
She left of her own accord. I did not assist her in that in any way. I have come in contact with her since. If you cannot, I cannot enforce your laws for you. I will say Lady Galani is an enemy.
Oh, good. She's an enemy for us now, too. That clears that up for me. Thank you. That was enough for me to work with. It is exactly what I needed. Let's see. Any other city? No, I do believe that is all of the complaints that our citizens have had against your names, and I have been given ample answers for every single one of them.
Very good. Now that we're you and I back on neutral ground, any other questions?
Yes, I hear you are part of Alpha A now.
That is correct.
That does inherently, until the peace treaty is signed, make you an enemy.
I suppose. Would you like to speak to Abarat?
Well, I'm perfectly... Ooh. That's actually a very good question.
Abarat gives Brolog a very confused look.
And it's a very, very good point, actually. So, Prologue, are you appointing Abarat the spokeshead for the consequences for now? Seeing as technically we should not be speaking now that we have everything cleared up.
I still speak for the consequences, but if you would like to speak to the individual that is Abarat, you may do so.
I think for logistic purposes that's probably a good idea. But you may stay inside the area so that Abarat may counsel you whenever needed. I am pleased to be on good terms again with you, Prologue, if not enemy terms. We should have the peace contract signed within 2 weeks or so. There's a lot we have to go through. Abarat, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chancellor Briblinsaw, in charge of overseeing the entireties of Recloria. There are rumors that you're all seeking a purpose and
going around for a reason in the continent and causing as much chaos as you are. Would you mind telling me what that is?
I don't know if Abarat looks at Prologue or not. Does he?
No. He does look at Brimlin Soth a little confused for a moment, and then he goes, I can tell you what I am seeking. I am seeking these trees of power that have previously been messed with.
Oh my.
And my goal is to heal them, remove the corruption, and if neither of those two options are available, finish the tree off so that it is no longer a problem.
Good.
As a result of that goal, I have been traveling with the consequences and working alongside and for them because, in that sense, our goals align.
That is the desire of theirs as well, then. Well, trees of power. What would they look like?
Abarat will describe the one that he came from, and then he will describe the one that they found in that one island forest that was moving.
The living forest.
Yeah, and then finally describe the one that the Laban king kept visiting. But he's not going to tell Bremlin Soth where these trees were.
Okay.
He's just going to describe the trees.
When you get to the final one, the tree that the king visited on a frequent basis, I know of that one. And I know of what we believed to be his twin. There is one much like that in the city of Pi. They see it as a holy relic. Their high prophet attached to it quite greatly. According to them, the legends say that he sprouted it from the ground out of nothing. I don't believe that though, but...
That would be very much not the truth.
Well, they are a cult. What do you expect?
Is Pi associated with your government?
No.
Good.
The previous chancellor actually stepped down after his failure in assaulting and destroying their church.
If that ended up being necessary, it would not be negative against you, would it?
Absolutely not. They are seen as a nuisance inside our land. Demand and take as much as they can. They were more pirates than the Shallows estate are.
Yes.
What's worse is they're growing.
Yes. Pi is.
Now, I do have another question for you. If that information was helpful, I could use some information from you.
What would you like to know?
Where's the king's daughter?
Which king?
King Shago.
At this, Abarat will look at Prologue.
I know you know where she is. I'm not a fool. I may sound incompetent in many ways, but I'm quite bright.
Addressing Brolog. Brolog, who is King Shago's daughter? Oh wait, never
You
mind.
would
I
know.
remember.
You would. Abrat would
No.
100% know who King Shago's daughter is.
And just so everyone knows, Abrat did not forget. Neither did Vaughn. Abrat's playing. So if you want a deception
That
roll, I'll roll
100%
it
yes.
for you.
I would love a deception check.
I'll do it the same way I've always been doing it.
That's a solid 4.
Okay.
Brolog will speak to Abarat and say, one should not ask questions that you do not want false answers to. In this case, that is all that will be received.
Abrat will turn to the Chancellor and say, "You're right. On one account, we do vaguely know where King Shaco's daughter is, but we don't actually thoroughly know because her location changes."
But you can get there easily.
I mean, if you would like us to deliver a message, yeah.
I don't want you to deliver a message. I want you to deliver a king.
I apologize, Chancellor, but that is just something we cannot do.
Let me lay something very straight to you, Abrat. When it comes to the people who have the most power and have the most control of situations right now, it is not you. It is not the consequences. It's not the god Eshnar, and it's not me. It is 100% Shago. He is the most powerful being I have ever met.
Chancellor, might I just cut you off from the rest of that sentence and state that if King Shago would like to threaten the consequences himself, he should do so himself.
He will. I am not
Then I will
threatening
wait
you
for that.
for him. This is not a threat. This is me telling you what might be happening and coming soon.
Well, it sounds like a threat to me, sir.
Well then, you do not know the insights of people as well as you think you do. The king is not happy, and he is not convinced that you have not found his daughter. And I know for a fact that you have. And I am here to inform you that I will be informing him of this. What comes from there, I have no say in. Now, I would very much like to let you all continue about your business and continue about doing what you're doing, because I do not fully understand it. And no one else will fully understand it. We cannot assist you as much as we can, if not to just tell you what we know. It is up to you for whatever is going on. And that I will fight for. I believe the consequences are the best bet to figuring out what it is that ails and threatens us all. But I still must do my duty as the Chancellor of Ecloria. I still must ally with the people that I know we cannot face. Do you have any questions? Concerns? Comments?
Prologue will turn to Jartus and say, It's going to whisper the best he can. Gerardus seeing this is definitely going to give him guidance for sure.
Hang on. Okay. Give me a whisper.
In veiled words, see if the Chancellor would be interested in Shago being dead.
Okay, what was your stealth check on that?
With the guidance?
You're not getting guidance for this, for certain reasons.
Ooh. A 15.
15? Alright. Well, he rolled a 17 perception. So he does actually snap out of whatever world it was that he was visiting during that time, of, him not paying attention, as Ben does. So Jartis does. And he goes, oh yeah, okay. Chancellor, if perchance an occasion should arise where you would be speaking to a different person with the same power as Shago, but it wasn't Shago.
Good lord.
But it was in the same position of sorts as Shago, but it wasn't Shago. What would you say to that? I'm gonna roll an insight.
We're doomed.
Oh,
doomed.
I know, yes, advantage on insight. Shoot.
That verbiage was actually right on, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. And really hope that you realize who it is you're talking about. Is that cheese or a carrot? Or neither.
It's a carrot.
It's a carrot. Hummus. Ooh. But if the occasion should rise, it would really depend on the person who is in the same power as Shago. If there was someone who would be willing to reason and listen, then yes, I would be fine speaking with him once more. But if not, then we might be coming into the same fields.
Hypotheticals are interesting mind exercises, wouldn't you say, Aberrat?
I feel this whole exercise we are currently going through is drawing on my patience.
Very well. No need to be impatient. At this, Chancellor would do not Chancellor. Rolog will do a respectful nod to the Chancellor, and then leave.
When Abrat leaves, he does not give any nod to the Chancellor. He simply turns around and leaves.
Jartis kind of walks backwards and is like, good talk. We'll see you later, I guess. Turns around, walks away. Just outside of the building, runs to General Kale, smoking a pipe. Looks up and, how'd it go?
He was agreeable. Forgiveness has been given on both sides, so that is good.
That's
I
good.
think his further inquiries were met with disappointment.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yes.
Well, give it a couple of days. All of that might just change. It's difficult leading an entire nation. You have to do things that most people don't understand most of the time. He's a good man, Brolog. His job's just not that easy.
I will keep that in mind, General Kale. I hope you have an excellent evening. Good
Same
hunting.
to you. Good luck out there. If we feel any rumblings, we'll let you know.
Thank you.
Speaking of, it's the first night. How long do you think they'll wait?
What do you mean?
It's 3 nights before they attacked in Lethron. How long will they wait here?
I have no idea. But my blade is always sharp.
Good. Mine is too.
Wait, I thought he had warhammers.
He does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does. And he's just smiling all the same. And agreeing all the same.
Cool. Brolog gives him a one of these waves, and then goes back the way. Okay.
Okay. It is fairly late into the night at this point. You've all travelled a very long distance. Weariness might be approaching on you all. Kind of teetering on that edge of if you don't go to the long rest now, you won't get one.
Brolog's going to sleep.
Before he does, I round the whole group up and I say, in the hut, and I begin ritual casting Lehman's tiny hut in our room.
You all have you're all given basically an entire block of the embassy building, which you can tell used to be some kind of old inn, but it's been retrofit and emptied out to be used as an embassy for this time frame. But you go down to the far end room, join in Yolandriel inside his hut.
Yeah.
It's a bit safer that way. Safe, everyone.
Okay.
I mean, fine, Storm, I believe in your abilities not to be seen, so you'll have access in and out as you wish.
It is to you, good sir. You brought them all into the hut.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll out my bed sheet and go to bed.
Oh, you just...
Oh,
yeah, I'm gonna lay down and roll my back to everyone else in the group and go to sleep.
John just stands there watching them.
Okay.
I
thought you wanted a meeting.
I'm gonna like sit up for a second and I'm like, I'm fucking tired. Let's go to sleep. And then I roll back around.
Although Yolandriel, that was confusing. It is perhaps wise to all sleep in the same area for protection purposes.
Guys, the hut, I say, pointing up. Like, you do realize I have to give it. Go to bed. And then I roll over.
And it's never failed before.
It has
well, we'll see what it does this time.
Exactly.
Two different ways, too.
Brolog will go to sleep right there.
Yeah, Abrat will. He'll long rest right there as well.
Okay. Jardis goes, alright. Uses Elandriel as a pillar. And
Time for me to take a nap in real life. Good lord.
the night goes by. You all awaken in the morning to birds. General sound and noise in the background of a city going about its day. Nothing happened that night. No alarms were raised. Nothing of concern. This is the first official day of the Peace Summit. Now that they have gotten their general inquiries and information down as to what will be discussed, the leaders are all officially meeting for the first time to begin the peace discussion.
What's on the agenda today, guys?
I think no agenda in particular. I think I may go to the talks for a brief time, per the king's request. Otherwise, I do not know any ideas on how best to prepare for either the collective or speaking to that priest again.
I think it's best to wait until these peace summits are over. We'll have more information by the end of it. We'll have better understanding of where we sit in this nation. And that'll give us options on where to go. Or take options away.
Do you think that a peace will be formed?
I'm getting a strange feeling, Brolog, that peace is exactly what this third party wants. I don't know why I feel this way, but...
Third party?
The zombie party.
The zombie party. Or at least go on for as long as they possibly can.
Just a gentle reminder to Elandriel and Brolog. Abrat, Finestorm, and Jartis never encountered the zombie armies, so they have no idea who they are.
They've heard us talk third party.
Only the stories.
Heard about it many times, but never personally seen.
Yes, waves and waves of undead things.
Does anyone require my services today?
You got really quiet, Finestorm, somehow, and I'm not sure how.
Oh, that would be because I put my microphone above my head.
It's all coming together
I can still hear you, but... Oh.
So does anybody need my services today?
Do not know, Finestorm. Do you have any suggestions?
Not particularly to deal with anything here at the moment. I would like to go do some intelligence gathering.
Do as you
That's
see
what I was
best.
thinking. Be our eyes and ears out there.
Very good. Very good.
Brolog will, before leaving to go to the talks, Brolog will turn to Elandriel and say, I spoke with the Chancellor last night, as we know, and he informed me that there is a warrant for your arrest in his nation for killing those soldiers and that misunderstanding that happened. I have spoken to him on the matter, and he said that all would be forgiven if you go to the family of the dead soldiers and apologize. This is their location. If you feel that apologies are unnecessary, that is your prerogative, and I will stand with you regardless.
All right. You want Jardis or Aberrett to go with you? That way, if something goes south, you can at least reach out to us other two. Or us other three, depending.
Yes, that might be a good idea. Aberrett, do you have a preference?
I do, actually. I'd rather not find myself in the same room as the Chancellor or this King Shago.
That is likely a wise choice. Jartis, please accompany me. And then Brolog will leave without waiting for a response.
Huh? What? Oh.
I snap in front of Jardis's face and I say, "Hey, if things go tits up, you message me, okay?"
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, what am I doing? I wasn't paying attention.
Good Christ. Follow the big guy, I say.
All right.
And then I'm going to turn to Finestorm and Aberrett, fully prepared for Finestorm to already be gone. Because I'm just going to say,
no.
Pretty much, something goes wrong, I'll get in touch with both of you. Well, the whole party. Finestorm, you can get out of the way quick, but Aberrett, keep an eye out.
What am I keeping an eye out for?
You're with us now, so if you're gonna go about something alone, that'd be a prime time to single you out. Single any one of us out.
Oh, right.
Now I know you're tough, and I say, and I kind of give you a tap on your chest. But trust me, they'll know that, so.
Coming from one of the only members of this party who has not died yet. Well, actually, no. Technically, you have. It's in your backstory. Jartis is the only member who's not actually died, and we give him shit for dying all the time.
Hey, he comes close.
He comes close, but he never actually dies.
We haven't revivified him yet? No.
Nope.
No.
He's just been knocked down to, like,
zero.
Knocked down to 0, and then that's his wild form, so he's just back up on his feet. Regular health after that. Anyway. Yeah. I'm gonna go do some stuff. I don't know what yet. But something.
The day is your oyster. So, I'd like to start.
It's my turn.
I mean, as the party does, you always split the party. That's why everything takes so long, everyone. Because we split up all the time. Right.
You do those two first, and then me.
Yeah, we're gonna.
What the fuck I'm going to do?
We're gonna do Brolog and Jartis first, because I already know and have that prepared and ready. I know what I'm doing for that. So, Brolog and Jartis. Both the two of you will be. When you go to the building, it is the central main giant mansion building that's kind of used for city hall type meetings. It's very similarly set up to house very large parties. The front foyer of it has been changed more of as a reception, with a back area being where the talks are going on. When you arrive, Brolog, the talks have already begun. It's a little later in the day, and all the leaders have already gotten up and convened for the day. When you start to walk, at first, from a distance, you almost, for a second, have a little potential pinch of excitement, as you think for a second that you see Anubisai standing in the front door. Then you start to get closer, and realize it's not. It's very similar. There's around, probably stands roughly to 8'7", metal figure with a single slat for where the eyes would be. It looks like a full suit of metal armor, finely crafted with very layered lines inside the metal. for real life terms, it kind of looks like Damascus steel, like it's made of Damascus steel. And inside the eye is a single glowing orb that keeps floating and bobbing back and forth between two different spots. It carries a very large spear that itself is probably around 12 feet tall as it stands. On its side is another very large blade, and it itself has a soft, pinging glow in many of the grooves in the metal, in this slight, what appears to be a heartbeat, as it pulses and the glow radiates through the armor. As you begin to pass by it, the head moves and follows you to the door, where you are let in with Jartis, who kind of sticks close to your leg, seeing this gigantic thing, not knowing what it is. In fact, many of the citizens around are avoiding the front of the building, not knowing what it is. They're quite scared of it. But when you enter in... Oh, yeah.
Thought I was going to sneeze. But Brolog would like to perceive, knowing what he knows about Anubisai, if they are the same type of being.
Okay. This is going to be an Arcana check.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Can I even do those?
So Arcana is actually one of the things, like intelligence checks are one of those checks that I argue if you don't have proficiency in it, you can't do it. Just off of a whim. So if you don't have proficiency in Arcana, I would say for this you don't. Like, your knowledge of magic is nowhere near strong enough to even begin to perceive what's going on with it. However, with your desire, I will have Jartis do an Arcana check. He's
Jartis never met Anubisai.
He did never meet Anubisai. He saw the aftermath of Anubisai when he went down to try to heal and save Wiring.
Okay.
So he did see Anubisai while they're on the ground. So you have an idea, but this might be something that I can tell Ben in the future and leave to him to tell you.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now, he's not proficient with Arcana either, but he uses magic. You as a barbarian, that's kind of the disconnection there, is you genuinely have no beginning of understanding of magic, where Jartis would have a beginning of understanding, if that makes sense.
Sure.
He did succeed, so I'm going to have additional information to tell him.
I'm not getting in there.
When you get in there, you are quickly escorted to a side seating area, away from all the leaders, but in range to be able to hear what they're doing. Before being let in, you are told to not speak up, that your purpose there is for observation purposes only, and to only speak when you are spoken to, or requested to speak. When you get in, there are several others who are also seated in this area. There is Admiral Ladi, Admiral Kurothel, Ophivir, who is the daughter of the Magistrate of Drunok, along with Emlar, who's on the side. His father is currently at the table. Folia is on the side as well. Eula's not in there. But all the other leaders are on the front, with a number of side people. Next to you, when you get in, very happy and smiling at you, despite now knowing that you are technically considered an enemy, for now, of Recloria, is General Kale, who is eagerly tapping the seat next to him, waiting for you to take a seat.
Rollock goes and sits there, and Jartis can stand or find another seat.
There aren't any more seats. He has to stand.
Cool.
Like a servant, he stands on the side, just looking around, waiting.
Brolog points to the floor next to him, if you want.
I think I'll just lock my knees and zone out here. The general conversation for now What you're hearing is they are discussing and going over cultural differences and cultural beings of all of the entities involved in this peace summit. They're beginning to undergo an understanding, and you can tell that Prince Nero is 100% in the lead of all of this conversation. He is guiding everyone and asking them questions, trying to really dive deep into what makes the nation what the nation is, and helping all the other leaders try to understand it. The people he has the hardest time with is the Magistrate of Drunok, who is very stubborn and refuses to try to even begin to understand why other nations are different. And he is very insistent.
What race is this magistrate?
He's Dragonborn.
Gotcha.
There are a few... Actually, no. Give me an insight check. I know you're bad at those, but...
Finally get to get the perceptions, and you don't let me use it.
This is reading people's
That's an 8.
An 8? Okay, never mind then. I'll roll for Jartus too, why not? Turns out he's good at insight, and he got a 25. Yeah. It's another thing I have to tell him. Shoot. Okay. That's more information. He will lean over to you, try to quietly say, I'm being nice, Jartus. That's a natural one. Never mind. He says it pretty loudly.
King Shago's pretty uncomfortable with half of this stuff.
That Nero is saying.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. Keep it up, Jartus.
It's very interesting to hear. Thank you, Jartus. Keep it up. I'm glad you sat next to me. I'm getting an inside scoop.
Same.
He offers a plate of carrots and hummus that he brought. Homemade.
Many thanks to you. I am often quite hungry.
A gnome in the front seat turns around. Shh. General Kale goes, shh.
Brolog bites off a carrot very loudly in the gnome's direction.
Nero, you hear in his speech, and the thing he's saying at the time, stop for a split second and then continue on. And then when someone else starts speaking, you get a message in your head. I almost burst out laughing, Brolog. That wasn't very nice. Thank you for being here.
Brolog. Someone leans across the table. Could you pass me the hummus?
And hummus and carrots start getting passed around.
Just some random guy from Nutra. Yeah, it's just someone there.
It's bonding moment between all the sides.
Brolog believes in friendships.
Friendship through food. Always works.
Every time.
Food. Best friendship food, milk duds. That's the entire day. He's going over, if you want to be my friend, bring me milk duds. I don't know why. I don't like caramel, and I don't like sugar. But milk duds, I will fucking gobble those things up. But
yuck.
That's the entire day Brolog is. That is the first day of the Peace Summit. Is the beginnings, the ice breakings of people getting to know each other. And Nero even includes his father. He makes Shago do the same things, answer the same questions, and reveal the same amounts of culture.
Cool. Brolog will try to pay attention and likely just hear whatever Jartus is noticing. Because he probably won't.
There's a couple of things here and there. The end. Cool. Then at the end of the day for you, Brolog, what you will come to understand is Zarthor is only there from Jartus's insight checks, and what he's telling you, Zarthor was only there for publicity. They're there to be seen and to be there. It's a nicety. They're trying to stay on the good side, but doing desperately, trying not to get involved as much as they can. Drunok, they're only there to try to get people to help them destroy the rebels, as they call them. The Crystal Dragonborns don't have a representation inside of this. It's only the Chromatic and the Metallic and the other ones. But the Chromatic and Metallic, that is right, isn't it? But the Crystal Dragonborns are viewed as entirely rebels, even though they technically are their own governance right now at this point. And he's only buying for help to get rid of them. The Chalice Estates make a huge push, even on the first day, to unite and band together against a common threat, which he dances around entirely. Not Danira, that's the capital of Recloria. The Chancellor is here for peace. He doesn't want the fighting to continue, but he doesn't necessarily see the common threat as being something that ails everyone. Big thing he quotes is, none of his cities have been attacked yet. And the new king is also buying for bet. Really sides with Lars, and the two of them end up actually leaving the building and discussing with each other at the end of the day. The rest of the dignitaries leave separately.
Anything on Shigo?
Shigo talks of the culture, but also dodges around any kind of involvement of giving an opinion of the piece. There are a couple occasions where he begins to kind of go into what might be his opinion, but Nero, you don't see it, but Jartis does, and he nudges you every time he notices Nero casting message to his father. Nero cuts him off and stops him from revealing any of that. He makes sure that Shigo does not give an opinion of his own inside this summit. At the end, Nero does remind everyone that the nation of the UNQ, United Nations of Quela, are only here as mediators. Oh, look at the doggo. Hey, Raven. They're only there as mediators. They're not meant to decide anything for anyone, or give opinions of any kinds. They're there to make sure that the talks and the summit goes peacefully, the way it's supposed to. When it comes to peace talk summits at the end of the day, Brolog, you can 100% tell Shago's not as good at it as he may have used to be. But Nero is a very smooth talker. Well, that will be you two for the day. You other three, what are you doing for the first official days of the Peace Summit?
Well, Aberrat has decided to set up his portable hall, but he is going to look for a spot that is as out of the way as possible as to be unnoticed, if possible.
Very easy to do. So inside your personal quarters, inside the embassy, there is a little handwritten tab on the inside of the door when you come in. It says, "Do not disturb." That you can put on the outside and lock the door. And housekeeping won't come in to disturb you.
Perfect. Gonna do that. And gonna work on my little projects that I'm working on and do some reading.
Okay. So, beginning to work on the project, give me a nature check. And remember to add 1 if you're using that new set.
13.
13. What are you doing the experiment on?
It's going to be on the beaker that has the fleshy shell-like thing that I don't know where it came from.
Oh! Oh, yeah. It's an egg.
Yeah, the egg.
It's an egg. You determine it's an egg. It's an eggshell.
Oh, that's an egg.
There's
cool.
There's something about it, though, that you're still missing. There's still a component that you haven't been able to quite identify, But you can 100% identify that there is embryo on the inside. It is an eggshell. It is, lack of a better term, it is an egg. But there's something else to it. You've got enough of the egg left to do 2 more experiments.
Perfect. I'm going to start another one on that then,
Okay.
because I still don't know where that egg came from.
What's your passive
Egg.
perception?
Passive perception is 23.
23. Okay. Towards the end of this experiment, first give me a nature check. With advantage this time, though.
Oh, perfect. Oh, good. 24.
Okay. I will tell you, your end result was actually 28.
Ooh.
You had guidance cast on you by someone who you were noticing at the end of this experiment. Gem dust. The element you were missing on the inside of this egg was gem dust. And there are bits of it that are bigger in places than other spots. And different kinds of gems too. Amethyst, emerald, ruby.
That is a anomaly within nature.
So at the point you see a strand of hair, but the light that's coming through just catches in such a way where there's a slight tinge of green to it. Just dangling at the top of your hole.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
I'm going to show them the shell I've been working on. I have absolutely no idea where I got this.
They quickly take a bag that's strapped to the side off, put it at the top of the hole, and then jump in. Bag of holding, people, do not put that in a portable hole. And don't put a portable hole in it. They jump down.
Tuesday night.
I'm doing it on purpose.
Do it.
I actually have 5 arrows designed for it, so... but... She gets down and looks. That's incredible.
It's got gem dust on the inside of it. Almost like it grows from the inside.
It's because it does.
Hmm.
No, these were created a very, very long time ago. By the god of creation before me. I think it was during the formation of this realm itself, actually. Oh, we're in a hole right now. We should be doing something else. I broke Abrat.
Well, I mean, Abrat's definitely going to, for the final... Well, no, he just had that one answered fully, because she just answered it for him. Perfect. He's going to set that project aside now, and then pull out the dead and living plants from around the tree in Laban.
Okay.
And just see how well he himself is growing, if at all.
Okay.
In this mixture.
Okay, so you're trying to figure out, determine kind of what the decay radius of sorts would be, and correlate it to an attempt of your own growth rates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. While Henry's inside the room with you, they watch the entire time. And while they are, you do get these nature checks with advantage, and with the D4 added.
How many would you like me to roll?
Just one.
Just one, okay.
This is going to be the last thing before the end of the day. These experiments, they take time.
27.
You had the D4?
Yeah, I got a +1 on the D4.
Oh, I've rolled this D4 3 times today, and it's given me nothing but 4s. Okay, yeah, that's still high enough to get hell of a lot. You would first spend a few hours identifying the rates of decay and the rates of death inside the plants. You would then take a sample of yourself and start undergoing the same experimentation processes. And would learn that your cells are old. They're not replacing themselves anymore. Give me also an Arcana check.
10.
10? Ooh. You're not sure.
3.
Ooh, you're good at Arcana. That's rough. You're not sure what kind of magical effect is doing this, but you can tell that there is it's a hint. It's like magic. It feels like magic. It doesn't quite seem entirely magical. But
All right.
You have begun to essentially age. Your cell growth has changed.
That would probably be due to my current companion.
Henry steps up to the other side of your table. You're dying.
Yes. Yes, this does tend to be something that happens to physical beings.
But you're a plant.
Well, plants die as well.
She reaches forward and does the same thing she did the day before. Well, she, they go by those two pronouns, so feel free using both of them. Rubs the back of your hand and that same green glow comes off and not beings with this.
I may not be meant to age and grow old and die, but it is always a reality that even I must face at times.
What were you meant for?
That which created me meant for me to rescue the other trees. Now, that is a goal of mine, but that's not my end goal anymore. I have grown past the need to be following the will of my creator. But it is still a goal. And so, for now, it is my main goal. But I do wish to spread.
You know, I think would be nice. Being everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could be everywhere and then you don't have to be everywhere, though. You can see where you want to see, and if things start bothering you where you're at, then you just go to a different place. But then you can also know everything that goes on around you. You can help what needs to be helped. Save those who need to be saved. And rescue everything that's important from this
stinking sentient life forms on this planet. I think you're on a good path. I just don't know if you understand it yet.
Only time will tell.
Or maybe you need a little refinement. Once you do with these trees, once you finally figure out what you're gonna do with yourself, what then?
The future is wide and full of wonder.
Are you open to suggestions? Because I know exactly what we could do with you.
Abright gives them one of those peculiar, interested looks and says, I would say I am open to suggestions, but what I end up doing with myself will end up being my decision.
Good. It shouldn't be any other way. I hate it when people try to control lives. Well, actually,
They inevitably fail.
it depends. Farmers can control the life of their plants and their crops and their harvests. Sometimes things go badly. Places starve. People die. Some might think that it brings room for wildlife to come back in, but no, it actually doesn't. There's still generations of fear of the locations where the humanoids occupied. But if we could in some way control that, keep things where they need to be, it's a thought. Like I said, let me know when you're done figuring out how to duplicate yourself. I think we could work decently well together. And she'll slink over to another area of the hall and continue watching.
And I shall continue working.
Find some of your laundry.
Go ahead.
Your laundry.
Okay. Knowing that I have to write a letter.
Gonna sit right down and write myself a letter.
Yeah, I'm gonna go someplace where I can get a pen and a paper and also a beer. And I'm gonna sit down, and your Laundriel is going to spend much longer than he should struggling to write a letter. Like the first time he writes it, it's like, dear such and such, and he pauses for like 2 minutes and he just writes, how are you? And then he opens up the paper and it's like, you're such a fucking asshole. And it starts writing again. That's the kind of stuff he has. And then what I'll do, Murray, is I'll type out a letter of what I'm going to send, and then just send it to you. That way you have it. Yeah, so it's just gonna be stuff like that going on. Me struggling for a couple hours. After that, pretty much just waiting for Brolog to come back. I'll probably end up messaging Eula just to see what's going on their end, see how everything's going. Just try and get a hold of some people, make sure everyone's still alive. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'll do for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Wait for Brolog.
Eula eventually does catch up with you and gives you the details. Basically, when you send her a message, it's about 2 minutes later. She doesn't bother replying, but 2 minutes later, she ends up just skidding to a halt right next to you. Like, oh, right, yeah, so update. Yeah, and tells you everything that's kind of happened. At this point, they have found the tree underneath the city. The dead and empty tree, which has spurred a few people to start talking a bit. Her best estimation is that's going to change the dialogue of the peace conference in the next day. All the advisors have all met and kind of prepared their reports to the leaders for after today's dialogue, because they know Nero basically gave them all a very strict do not disturb unless it is an absolute emergency risk of life. They've also cleared out a lot of the underground tunnels. There is a very large radius. You would know that Le Bon, she would tell you that Le Bon has brought roughly an army size of around 20,000 people, soldiers stationed around with mortiers, musketeers, shield bearers, wall bearers, which doesn't make too much sense to you at this point, and other kinds of platoons inside the air, where Recloria has done the same. They have brought roughly 60,000 troops, with all kinds of different cavalries, no air units of any kind, berserkers, which, when Eula says the word berserker, there is a noticeable shudder inside their shoulders.
Okay. I'm going to say, if the attack's going to come, it's not going to be brute force. And then I'm going to stop, like, right there for a second. And then I'm going to, like, look around for a minute. And I'm going to hold on very quickly. Let me look in my spell list. I don't know if I have the spell lined up. If not, I hope Jardis does. Oh no, I don't have that spell because that's a druid spell. Okay, I'm going to quickly message Jardis, assuming that they're in the main hall.
Okay, you're casting Sending, right, for that?
Sending,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Sending for that.
Just got to clarify, this message is a spell, but it's not as good.
Message is, but it's... Yeah. I'm going to cast Sending, and I'm going to say, Jardis, since you're in, the meeting hall, do you mind looking around for traps? As in, those ones that kind of freeze time and lead us to waking up 2 days before a bomb explodes. XOXO Eulandriel. And then I'm going to look at Eula and I'm going to ask, does your party know any way to look around for hidden things, hidden traps, magic things?
What? I mean, like, physical ones, yeah.
It. Okay,
if you're talking about magical ones, that's going to be a little difficult. I mean, Emlar's the best person for that. But he's not been looking for anything like that, because... Why?
I'm gonna... Like, as I'm thinking, it's gonna take me, 10 seconds to come up with the reply, because I'm going through stuff in my head, trying to think of who else can do this. And I'm gonna say... Because at the Shallows Estate, there were hidden traps that we couldn't see until almost the last minute, and they caused that time skip for us. Something like a... How long was it? Almost a month? And I begin looking around with...
21 days.
And I'm going to cast off.
At this point, you get a message back from Jartis saying, hey, didn't check, but just did. There were. They've already gone off.
Okay.
He rolled
I'm
a
going to
natural 20,
pause.
anyone. Freaking natural 20. Like that.
I'm going to stop for a second. And I'm going to look around at the city. Because if there were traps and they've already been set off, I'm just like looking for anything, especially in the sky, that's like out of the ordinary. And my hands are currently up like this, and I'm like, oh no.
Okay, define out of the ordinary.
I mean, like, out of the ordinary as in something obvious. Something to where if I was looking, I'd be like, wait a minute.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So at first, when you look up, there's a moment of, all right, no, nothing entirely wrong, but then you realize and remember where you are, and the fact that when you've looked around and looked up, there haven't been any flying things in the air. The only thing you've really seen flying was that when you flew to Nutra, Zorai, before he left the party, and the Beasts in Drumnar. That's the only times. But when you look up, there are at least 60 dots flying in the air. 60 different individuals and creatures of some kind flying up there, circling around, keeping an eye from above.
All right, then I'm looking around just like the city as I begin to contemplate what the next move should be. And I'm going to say, kind of in a low whisper, so hopefully I'm wrong. Well, hopefully Jardis is wrong, but there were traps and they've already been set, which begs the question, how far around the city were those traps set? How long ago were they set off, and are they the exact same as before? Or is this already the trap?
Well, I mean, do you know how far he can sense those traps? Like how far he knows where they're from? Or where they're
Within
at?
a certain distance, I think 30 to 60 feet at most.
Give me an intelligence check. I'm going to switch back to town in the day.
Just a straight intelligence check?
Yeah, just a straight intelligence. 10? Great. He's used it a few times in front of you, so I'm going to give this to you. It's 120 feet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a good
so
distance.
Double what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 60 to 120, I'm not sure.
Which means the ones he's found were around the entire premises of the embassy or the meeting area where they're at, the meeting hall.
Yeah.
He can't tell what kind of traps they are?
I'm going to send a message back. Same kind? Big question. And the question mark comes in Jardis's head as a visual. Like a giant question mark. Like, womp.
Womp, womp, womp. What you get back is, no, it's not harmful. And not the same kind, because if it was the same kind, things would have changed, right? We would have lost days.
I mean, the same kind as in the same make, and then that's my last sending. But before I end that sending, I'm going to use the rest of my words. As soon as you and Brolog and everyone else are out of the meeting, we need to speak together. Bring Emlar with you.
Okay.
Whatever was going to happen probably is to be a physical thing. Maybe.
I'll let him know now. We'll see you when we can.
Alright. I'm gonna look at Eula and I'm gonna say, well, apparently they're not the same exact ones. Hopefully they're not of the same design. Same maker, I should say. And I'm still looking around. And then I'm gonna look at Eula and I'm gonna say, let's check the outside of the city and make sure that we're all not stuck in a time loop thingy. Frozen. I don't know. And I just start walking.
Okay. And she starts walking with you. You quickly find out you're not. There's no bubble around the city. Nothing going on. It's going to take you a few hours to kind of look around and examine. and try to figure out and see what's going on.
That is what I'll do.
That's the majority of the day at this point. I would be the rest of the day, because you did stuff at the beginning of the day as well. It took a few hours. So we'll move to Find Storm. Find Storm.
Do it.
What are you doing with your day?
Well, first off, I will casually inquire around with the locals if they know anybody that has a cart and horse for rent for a day or so.
Okay. That takes... you know what? Do a investigation check.
Mm-hmm. 23.
23. Wow, yeah. You find one very quickly. There is an individual who's just unloading his cart into his general store goods, who would be willing to rent you his cart and his horse.
And himself.
And himself. Oh, himself. For that, he would charge 3 gold.
No problem.
To him, that's hefty price. And when you essentially say no problem, he's... All right, where are we going?
Well, first I need some groceries. Where would I go to get some groceries?
You can go to my
General
store.
store.
My shop.
Okay.
I run the general store. I will just going to leave my son here to take care of things while I'm gone. What do you need?
Oh, let's see here. Carrots, lettuce, onions, maybe a few onions. What other
Rabbit food.
vegetables? Yeah, rabbit food. What other vegetables do you have available?
Whew. Fall and sneeze. Very good. How much would you need of that? I can tell you we've got a very high plus population right now. I can't spare too much. Maybe a sack of each at most.
Sack of each will be fine.
Oh, well, very good. Sack would be, let's see, 3 silver, 2 silver. Throw away general market markup. 2 gold.
2 gold. Okay, we're up to 5 gold.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll get it loaded. He gets the goods loaded up. There's quite a few sacks of good vegetables and fruits and lovely little stuff that, yeah, rabbits would like. Animals would like in general.
Cool.
He saddles up. Very good. Where are we going?
Who sells a lot of gems in town?
It would be Curtis. Curtis, he's the local gemmer. He finds
Okay,
it's a crazy story of his, but he says he finds them on time to time in his doorstep. Started about a week ago.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's go talk to him.
Yeah, it's an amusing story you might want to get from him first. Very interesting. He takes you over towards where Curtis is, which is a local gemmer. Has a nice little sign that says the fine cut, swinging and breezy inside the wind that's going on. And he sits in the cart, packs some tobacco into a pipe of his and lights and like, I'll be out here waiting for you.
Very good. Go in.
It's dark inside this room. There is very little light of any kind, just small candles here and there that are all almost out of wax.
So, the perfect place for Finestorm.
You like it immediately, yeah. It is the perfect place for Fine Storm. And at a little light behind the counter, there's a little light coming from underneath one of the doorways, and you see a shadow move underneath.
Ding ding.
One minute. I gotta do something here quickly. I'll be with you there in a bit. What do you want?
Gems and a story.
Oh, well, I've got plenty of both of those. I could definitely assist and help you out here in just a second. I just gotta put something here. In fact, actually, why don't you come on back over here? Just come on back here.
Okay. Head back.
Walk over and open the door, and inside is it's a halfling who's got very scruffy, wild, orange-ish yellow type hair. It's kind of in a mix between the two. There's also a lot of grey in there at this point as well, and he's got these glasses on that have multiple different magnifiers that he can tip up and put down wherever he likes. And he's currently holding a utensil that you might have seen gemmers use some of their tools before, but it's a gemmer tool. And in front of him is a piece of paper with lines and what you can tell to be a design of some kind. Very fancy design. You would get the sense from the room around you as well, and all these strange devices around, that he's not just a gemmer, but he's also a tinkerer. He tinkers with things. And in front is a piece of wood with other little pieces hanging around, some crossbow strings sitting, and a very beautiful gem in his hands. It changes colors with the given light around. I just needed to come over here and hold this light in a certain way. Sure. You can do that. Right, thank you.
No problem.
Just right there. Stand still, perfectly still. Give me a dexterity check.
A dex check. Is that with proficiency?
You would have proficiency because of your sleight of hand training stuff.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand actually might be good.
26.
Yeah. Perfectly still. You even can feel the wind and the slight breeze that might make the candle move, and counteract it with breath of your own to make no flickering, as he gently takes this gem and puts it into a fastening. The whole time during your angle, the gem is only one solid color. And when he puts it into the fastening, it stops, he locks it, and it stays that color. Oh, there we go. That worked there. I had a theory that it would work. Turns out nickel works. I don't know why, but it does. Now, what can I help you with? Thank you very much. I'll be happy to give you a 2 gold discount on whatever you're doing now for that assistance.
No, not necessary. Glad to help. But I would like to acquire some gems, but I also heard an interesting story that you get gems delivered to you.
Aye, I do it.
By magical means or something?
I wouldn't say the word magical of any kind. I'm not entirely...
Mystical?
Mystical's more like, yeah. One day I had some rotten out carrots that I wanted to put out and see if any of the local wildlife needed to eat, eh? So I put it out, and next day, what do I find? I find a ruby at my doorstep. So I open the door up, and I pick up the ruby, and I decide, well, I may as well just leave some more. I left some more, and next day I found another little couple of rubies at my doorstep. I've repeated this process ever since. And I keep getting gems delivered to my doorstep. Not entirely sure where they're coming from, but...
Would you tell me where you leave the food?
Just outside in the front of the door.
No, where you leave the food.
Aye, that's where I leave the food.
Outside the front of the door?
Aye.
Wow, impressive. Cool.
It's rather peculiar, but it's been giving me some free gems to be doing stuff with, and I've got a rather bit of a surplus at this point, so if you'd like... No, we could definitely talk business.
Yeah. I'd like some gems.
Oh.
It doesn't really matter size, Just an assortment of gems. Let's say 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold worth. All right, yeah, I could do that, yeah. I'll get that, but it's not entirely. You want an even assortment or something? He's going many, many different directions with this accent. Even assortment or something a bit more equalized towards one.
Just an assortment. It's fine.
No, brilliant. If you just wait out in the front, I can go ahead and put a bag together for you.
Okay.
It takes him only about a minute or so. And he comes out with a small sack of assorted gems. Puts it on the counter and it's worth up to 1,000 gold by market standards.
Give him 1,000 gold.
He hands it over to you. And I usually only get to individuals who are looking for like engagement stones of kinds or other special gifts. But 1,000, that's mighty fine off the bat. Not very many people have that much to go. A pleasure doing business with you anyway.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have anything else I can do for you?
No. Not at this time.
Well, if you're looking for any other kind of stories in the future, then you can come on over and I'll see to giving you a good one.
Well, any stories about rabbits?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And I shall take my leave.
Okay.
Do my flourish and leave.
He awkwardly gives you a very similar flourish.
Yeah.
So he returns to the back room and begins working on his project again.
So, back to the cart. And climb on the cart and say, okay. Any caves you know of out of town?
Couple.
Take me to the closest one.
He takes you not too far off. Now, Fine Storm wouldn't know this, but it's not too far off from the elderly couple who has the farm. There's a cave entrance semi near there. Takes about 40 or so minutes to get there. He points at it, and you can tell there's been tracks around here recently. Lots of tracks around here recently.
Animal tracks?
Animal tracks for you with your insight check there, or your general passive perception and passive investigation. That's what I mean.
And passive insight.
And passive insight. They're all ridiculously high. But with your scores on those, there's been a lot of traffic by this hole recently. It's been cleverly designed, but a lot of it.
Okay, this is where we're unloading.
Not gonna argue with the man who paid for everything. He starts unloading, putting things around the hole.
Is it a hole? I mean, how big a hole? Or is it a cave? Like,
it's one of those equivalency of like a spelunking type hole. You might see it as a spelunking hole. For some people would. You've got about a 20-foot drop to the bottom of this hole where you can see it opens up to a vast cave network inside.
Okay.
But it does initially start off looking like just a hole.
Oh, okay. I will unload the cart. I will give him a platinum and say thank you for your services. You may leave.
Any day. You need anything else hold around, or you need any other kinds of goods, you let me know. Immediately, I'll be right there.
I would also appreciate your silence.
When he turns, you immediately see, during his moving of the bags, of the sacks and everything, you notice his left arm has not been lifting high at all. But when he moves to the right, holding the platinum coin, getting ready to get in, you see that there is a very large scar at the back of his arm, kind of wrapping up out of sight underneath the clothes. And he stops after he said that last bit and turns. Absolutely. I won't be telling anyone about this. Just be sure you don't do that to anyone who's associated with any of the local governments. Except for Nutra, of course.
Okay. Then when he's out of sight, I will proceed to start taking the bags down.
Down into the hole. Okay. How far in?
To the bottom? I mean, I'm not going to go exploring into their cave system. I just want everything off of the surface into
the hole itself.
Into the hole. But I'm going to pile it all on one side, all the food and everything, and then I'm going to empty the gems in another pile right beside it. Then I'm going to go to the other side of this first initial opening area and just sit down.
Fine Storm, you magnificent person. Okay. You're waiting in the hole. Give me a stealth check. It's going to be with advantage.
I have stealth
advantage. You always have advantage, yeah.
But I'm not trying any extra stuff with the stealth.
Yeah.
A 15 and a 16. So that'd be a 29.
29. All right. You've got a 29 stealth as you sit and wait. It's going to be deep into the night when that happens. Right. For the rest of you, is there anything for the night that you wanted to do? Okay. Well, that night,
Probably go back to the hut. I assume that Yolandria will make in that room.
Makes the hut. Perfect. It is the first night of the official peace summit. There is a moment where all of you are asked. Finestorm is absent, gone. And all of you are... Actually, no, just you, Yolandriel. Eula would definitely steal you away to look at something, to see something.
Okay.
Brings you to the clock tower. And then just at the crest of midnight, you see the third moon peek its head over the horizon. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check.
Oh, I will.
Wisdom save, actually. This is a save. This is a save.
It's a save?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good lord. Plus 18, so that's a 26 with an 18 on the die.
26.
The second d20 I've had to roll today. Let's go!
Your vision in your sight begins to turn red as slowly things start to change. Your beat, pulse quickens, breath becomes more sensitive to the smells around you. You can feel your skin crawling. And then you feel the grasp of the person next to you. You look over and Eula's looking at you. Control. And the vision begins to slowly creep back to normal. Skin stops crawling.
Warn me.
This is the hardest part for us. When all of them are present. And at least now, she taps you.
I know it's still there. Just whatever that kid did to you, he did it good.
Yeah, Callus is a good kid.
I have troubles with these type of seasons even too. Anyway, that's all I needed to show you.
I'll catch you back inside.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight. I'm a little anxious.
I'm looking at the moon for a second. I'm just going to say, I think it's going to be fine. This place, it's giving me a weird feeling. Part of me thinks that they might be using this as an excuse to do something else somewhere else. The entire nation's leadership is in one place. You'd think they'd attack, but what if they're using this time to go somewhere else? Do something where there aren't any eyes anymore.
What if? What would we do then? We wouldn't even know it.
Yeah. But maybe we should have.
Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe. Before I turn around very quickly, and I don't care if she sees me do this, I'm gonna flip off the moon. And then I'm gonna turn around and walk in.
She joins him, and if you give her access, she joins you inside the hut on that night as well.
Yeah. Pretty much all of, for the record, Alpha A's pretty much got access in. The rest of the group, if they have to run in and like warn us of something, that way we're not. That way there's not that like split second of lost time. You know what I mean?
For Fine Storm, we will visit what happens with the visit down there next week. However, for the rest of you, the city is on high alert. Even during the night, it could be very well mistaken that people are still going about their business and acting like it's normal day. The peace summits have officially started. And for the first night, not a damn thing happens. It's quiet. Nothing invades. Nothing wrong happens at all. And that's where we're going to leave for a week.
Yay! I live.
Good stuff.
Right.
For now.
The peace summits have started. There's probably going to be, depending on how they all do this, a good chunk of RP stuff going on for the next couple of whiles, because we're going to have to do this day by day.
Yep.
There's no easy fast forwarding and skipping through this. There's a lot of people that they might want to talk to inside this area, and this is ample time to get a lot of things done. Potential. We'll see what happens though, because they all might die next week as well. So
easily,
who knows what's gonna happen? We will figure out what happens next week. But don't forget, everybody, before we leave you, tomorrow at 10. At 10, I'm going to do our first showing of Rain in the Garden to start off the beautiful day of that lovely 12-hour stream. And then we're going to jump into, I think, some teach me how to draw session stuff. At some point, Michael, Howe, and I are going to sit down and he is going to try to teach me how to draw. And if all of you know how funny that is, you understand how much of a terrible artist I am. I suck at drawing. So we'll figure that out. I'll probably be joining Ben as well. We're going to be doing a lot of fun stuff and a giveaway during the entire day. So come in. I have to figure out how to do that command. I'll figure out how to do the giveaway, because that's going to be a thing. Yo. We'll figure that out, because my chatbot's broken. I just totally realized. Oh dear.
Awkward. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining us for Tales of Andrea. We wish you the best of weeks. Let me get around to that. I do it at the ending every single time, and you always like, "Are we raiding?" It's a good question. But again, thank you all very much for joining us. We hope you have a very lovely and pleasant week. We love you all very much. Try not to be as consequential as this lot, and stick around. Here it is for the raid. We are raiding this week. Let's go with roll for damage. Ooh, actually, yeah. Roll for damage. Roll for damage. I like this. I like this idea.
I always want to roll for damage.
We all do. It sounds like a great idea. Oh no, hang on.
Anyway.
Back that up. Outro first. See you all later. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.